Cultivation online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 921, Body Tempering Pills. Follow them just in case they wish to trade more treasures. Elder Bei said to the examiner before leaving them alone. Wang Shuing led Yuan to the 7th floor shortly after. The 7th floor sells Tier 1 to Tier 2 herbs, medicine, and pills. Since there are too many to display, they have it all listed in a book. Wang Shuing explained to him after they arrived on the 7th floor, where thick books were displayed instead of the medicine. Yuan walked over to one of these books and started flipping through them. Mind-calming pill, body-reforming pill, three-spirits pill, misty pill. There were over a dozen different pills at glance, and there were hundreds of pages in the book. Yuan, if you want Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills, I can easily concoct them for you for free. I can also concoct Tier 3 pills with over 95% purity, although I'm still learning to concoct Tier 4 pills. I am making fast progress. Give me another month, and I will be able to concoct them with 90% purity. Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you, but I don't think I need any pills. However, I am interested in treasures specifically for body tempering. There are pills for body tempering as well. They are called body tempering pills, and a single one of them can last you an entire week. They are also more effective than throwing raw medicine into the bath, since pills are mixed better, and condensing them into a pill strengthens its effects." "Oh, I'd like some of them," Yuan immediately said. "Then I recommend Tier 1 body tempering pills first. They're incredibly painful, so I suggest you get used to the weaker ones before using the stronger pills," Wang Shuing said. "Don't worry, I am pretty experienced when it comes to body tempering. I'll get a Tier 4 body tempering pill as well as a Tier 5 for today to test their effects." Tier 4 and Tier 5? That's insane. Those are only recommended for spirit lords and above," Wang Shuing exclaimed, unaware of Yuan's cultivation base. "I'm a peak spirit lord." Yuan pointed at himself and said, "Really? But it hasn't even been that long since the mystic realm, and you were only a spirit master then." Wang Shuing said, "I've been consuming valuable treasures and medicine since I entered the sect, and I just entered spirit master. Comparing yourself to the young master is like comparing heaven and earth." Feng Yuxiang sneered. Wang Shuing's eyebrows twitched upon hearing Feng Yuxiang's remarks. "Why does she seem so hostile? Did I offend her somehow?" she wondered inwardly. "Anyways, I want to test out the body tempering pills today. Once I know what I want, I will return for more." They proceeded on to the 9th floor to buy the body tempering pills. After acquiring a Tier 4 and a Tier 5 body tempering pill, Yuan asked, "What's on the 10th floor?" "Oh, you can buy pill recipes and alchemy flames on that floor, but only people approved by the sect master can enter that floor," Wang Shuing said. "I see. Anyways, is there a place where I can test out my new items?" Yuan then asked. "You can do it at my house. I have plenty of room, and it's completely free," Wang Shuing said. "Sure." Yuan accepted her hospitality without any hesitation. As they made their way downstairs, Feng Yuxiang would return to Yuan's body. "Esteemed guest, we still owe you 100,000 spirit stones. Would you like to retrieve them now?" the examiner said to him. "Those 2 pills cost 150,000 spirit stones." Yuan was speechless. "Yes, the Tier 4 body tempering pill costs 50,000 spirit stones, and the Tier 5 costs 100,000 spirit stones." Yuan sighed. "Just keep them for now. I will be coming back later anyway, I understand." When Yuan and Wang Shuing exited the alchemy store, they were greeted by a massive crowd of disciples waiting outside. "Wow, why are there so many disciples here today? Is there some kind of special event?" Wang Shuing mumbled in a dazed voice. Once the disciples noticed their presence, they began talking to each other. "Look, that's him. So he's senior apprentice, sister's Dao companion, huh? What? I thought he was her boyfriend. When did he become her Dao companion? He's a lot more charming than the rumors. I wish I was in senior apprentice sister's shoes right now." Some of the female disciples there were charmed by Yuan's unfathomable and mysterious aura. Suddenly, a group of figures walked out of the crowd and stood before Yuan and Wang Shuing. "Look, that's Disciple Gu. They're going to confront them." "I'm not surprised. Disciple Gu has the hots for senior apprentice Sister Wang, after all. Wait, but why is the disciplinary squad following him?" The disciples understood why Disciple Gu was there, but they cannot imagine why the disciplinary squad was there. After all, they are primarily tasked with dealing with rule-breaking disciples. "You identify yourself." The elder leading the disciplinary squad stepped forward and pointed at Yuan. Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke. "Why?" "I am the head elder of the disciplinary squad. Who are you to question me? I am the law in this place. If I asked you a question, you answer it." Wang Shuing quickly stepped in and said, "Elder, there must have been a misunderstanding. This is my friend, who is currently visiting the sect as a guest. So he's not a disciple, huh? You heard her, Uncle Gu?" Disciple Gu said to him, "In this case, Disciple Wang, this friend of yours, had snuck into the sect without telling anyone, which is a violation of our sect's rules. He could even be a spy for all we know, and according to the rules of the sect, these violators may be punishable with death." "What? That's nonsense, Elder Gu. My friend is not a spy." Wang Shuing immediately refuted. "We will be the judge of that after we question him." Elder Gu sneered. Chapter 922. Disciplinary Squad. "You want to treat my friend like he's a criminal and question him? I will not allow such a thing to happen." Wang Shuing shouted angrily. "Even if you are the disciple of the sect master, you cannot disobey the sect's rules. This man of unknown origin may be a threat to our sect, and as the head elder of the disciplinary squad, I will not allow anything to happen to our sect. No hard feelings, Disciple Wang. I am merely doing my job." Elder Gu shook his head. "No, if you take him away, I will stop concocting pills for the sect," Wang Shuing said, shocking everybody there. Heavens, senior apprentice Sister Wang is willing to go so far for him. There's no doubt that he's her Tao companion. The disciples were shocked and impressed by Wang Shuing's boldness before Elder Gu, who is known for being ruthless. "Senior Sister Wang, why must you go so far for him? Are you really going to risk all of your hard work in the sect for a guy like him? Even if you're the sect master's disciple, you can still be exiled from the sect for disobeying the sect rules. I will not allow you to make such a sacrifice." Disciple Gu stepped forward and said, As if my master will kick me out of the sect over something like this. And even if I get kicked out, the only reason I joined this sect is because of him," Wang Shuing exclaimed, leaving everyone there speechless. "What? Senior apprentice Sister Wang joined the sect for that guy?" The disciples were in awe of her dedication. Even Yuan looked at her funny after such a claim. "You joined the sect for me?" "But I don't remember asking you to do such a thing," Yuan said. "I will explain it to you later," Wang Shuing said with a rosy face. Disciple Gu gritted his teeth in anger when she saw Wang Shuing's blushing face. "Why does it have to be that bastard? Why is she not looking at me with those bashful and passionate eyes? Fuck, I swear I will kill you, or my surname is not Gu," he cried inwardly. "Uncle," Disciple Gu called out to him. Elder Gu slightly nodded his head and said, "Disciple Wang, if you're going to continue this charade, I will have no choice but to detain you as well. The sect master is currently away from the sect, and she might not return for another day or two. Do you wish to spend the next 2 days behind bars? Your decision will greatly affect your reputation and position within the sect. Is this how you wish to repay the sect after everything we have done for you? All for this nameless spy?" Wang Shuing gritted her teeth in anger and shouted, "If that's what I need to do to protect—" However, Yuan suddenly patted her in the back and interrupted. "I will go with them. They're only going to question me, right? Then I just need to answer them truthfully. There's no need to escalate the situation any further or for you to make such sacrifices over such a small thing. I'll be back in a bit. Yuan, I'm sorry. If my master was here, none of this would have happened to you. But don't worry. As soon as she returns, I will tell her to help you. She won't refuse." Yuan smiled. "I also have a feeling that she won't refuse. He left her side and started walking towards the disciplinary squad. "Cuff him," Elder Gu said to the rest of the disciplinary squad. Yuan did not resist and allowed the disciples to cuff him with these weird-looking handcuffs made out of some kind of red crystal. Yuan expected some kind of special effect from the handcuffs, but he didn't feel any different afterward. "Don't even try to do anything funny. These handcuffs are made out of spirit-sealing crystals which will restrict your cultivation base when worn, so you'll be no different from a mortal without any cultivation," Disciple Gu said to him with a malicious grin on his face. "Is that so?" Yuan calmly shrugged, as he could still feel his cultivation base. This reminded him of the time when he and Wang Xuying accidentally arrived at the ancient dragon city, where they were detained with the same type of handcuffs. "See you in a bit," Yuan said while looking at Wang Xuying. "Shut up and start moving." One of the disciples poked Yuan with a stick. "Poke me again and see what will happen." Yuan narrowed his gaze at the disciple. The disciple immediately pulled back the stick and trembled in fear. "Lead the way." Yuan calmly continued. Arrogant bastard. Let's see if you can keep your cool when Disciple Wang is no longer watching." Elder Gu sneered. Wang Xuying and the other disciples proceeded to watch Yuan being led away by the disciplinary squad. After snapping out of her daze, Wang Xuying retrieved her flying treasure and disappeared from the alchemy store. Sometime later, she arrived at the sect master's headquarters. Although Sect Master Xiahou wasn't present, there was someone that could contact her in the building. "Elder Yang, this is an emergency. I need you to contact my master immediately." Wang Xiayuing started shouting even before the door could fully open. An old man was sitting at the end of the room, and he lifted his head in a startled manner after Wang Xiayuing stormed into his room without knocking. "Disciple Wang, what happened? I have never seen you this hectic before. The disciplinary squad took my friend even though he did nothing wrong. Hurry up and call my master." "Your friend?" Elder Yang raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner. Wang Xuying quickly explained the situation to him. "I see, I understand the situation, but your master is currently in a meeting with the other academy's sect masters regarding Sect Master Sun's death. It would be a bad idea to disturb her now. Let's just wait for her to return in a day or two," he said. Chapter 923, Message. "That's too long. I need you to message my master right now. I will not allow my friend to experience such abuse in my sect. If you still refuse, then don't blame me for being dramatic when I leave this sect, since I am clearly not of any value to this sect," Wang Xuying said in an angry voice. "What? You're willing to go that far for another person?" Elder Yang was shocked by Wang Xuying's reaction. "I will not ask again." Wang Xuying took out her sect's medallion and threatened to destroy it. "All right, I will contact the sect master. Just calm down a bit, Disciple Wang." Elder Yang sighed as he retrieved a brown talisman and mumbled some words into it. "Go." Elder Yang infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, causing it to fly out the window the next moment, disappearing from the sect shortly after. The talisman would eventually reach Sect Master Xiahou, who was in the middle of a meeting with the other sect masters. "Should we really be hiding the truth about Sun Hao's death? There's already rumors of it being murder spreading around," Sect Master Xiahou said. "It's for the best, and it would even save us some face. Or do you want to let the world know that some junior had killed Sun Hao right before all of us, and that we allowed him to leave without doing anything about it?" Sect Master Li sighed. "Furthermore, the less people know about Yuan's existence, the better. How's the Universal Music Academy dealing with their sect master's sudden death?" Bai Enjue asked a moment later. "Not good, despite my warnings. They're all overflowing with the desire to avenge Sun Hao, and they're even looking for Yuan as we speak." Sect Master Li shook his head. "What? That's insane. At this rate, the 7 Spirit Academies will be known as the 6 Spirit Academies." The sect master of the Steel Lion Academy said, "Why can't they just find a new sect master and not cause more trouble for the rest of us?" The sect master of the Lonely River Academy sighed. Sometime later, Sect Master Zaho suddenly turned to face the window with a frown on her face. "What's the matter?" The others noticed her odd behavior and asked her. Sect Master Shaho didn't respond immediately and opened the window without getting off her chair, and a moment later Elder Yong's brown talisman flew into the room and stopped before her. Sect Master Shaho recognized the talisman and placed it on her forehead. Elder Yong's voice resounded inside her head the next moment. "Sect Master, I apologize for bothering you during such a time, but your disciple Healer Wang is threatening to leave the sect if I don't send you this message." Anyways, apparently her friend had been escorted away by the disciplinary squad for illegally visiting the sect and being a spy, and she wants you to do something about it. Sect Master Shaho frowned after hearing the message. It took her a moment to realize the situation because she was focused on Wang Shuying threatening to leave the sect. Her friend? Illegally visiting? The face of a handsome yet terrifying face suddenly appeared in her mind. Fuck those idiots. Sect Master Shaho suddenly cursed out loud as she jumped to her feet, startling the other sect masters. "What happened?" they asked her. "Elder Gu and the disciplinary squad at my sect had detained Yuan, even accusing him of being a spy." "What? Why is he in your sect?" Sect Master Li asked. "He's friends with my disciple and wanted to visit her. There was no way I could have refused." However, I didn't tell anybody about it, so they think he'd entered illegally and took him captive. Hey? Elder Gu? Isn't he from the Gu family? Didn't Yuan just kill 10 of their spirit lords and crippled their army? Bai Enjue said in a nervous voice, "Heavens, at this rate, the 7 spirit academies will become the 5 spirit academies." The sect master of the Steel Lion Academy said. Sect Masters Yaho began sweating profusely after hearing such words. I'm sorry, but I have to return to my sect. Please excuse me." Sect Master Shaho retrieved her flying treasure and immediately began speeding back to the sect. "We should probably postpone our meetings until that man has left this realm." Sect Master Li sighed. "Hey, since someone from the Gu family is involved, shouldn't we notify Patriarch Gu?" The sect master of the Lonely River Academy said. Sect Master Li nodded. "I'm sure they'll appreciate it." He retrieved a talisman and mumbled to it before sending it flying towards the Gu family's direction. Ban Enjue then said, "I'm going to follow Sect Master Shaho. If the Universal Music Academy learns of his location, they will mostly try to avenge Sun Hao and attack him. I'll go with you." "Me too." Thus the other sect masters there began making their way to the Spirit Healing Academy while praying that nothing too serious will happen from this incident. Meanwhile, outside the alchemy store, after the disciplinary squad took Yuan away, some of the disciples there spoke. "Is it just me, or does Senior Apprentice Sister Wang's Tao companion look familiar? I'm pretty sure that I have seen him before, but I cannot remember when and where." "You too. I also thought the same when I saw his face. Wait, I remember. Wasn't he the one who severed the Universal Music Academy's sect master's arm during the disciple examination?" "That was him in the broadcast, right. Now that you mention it. Holy shit, didn't their sect master die yesterday? Rumor has it that he was murdered by the person who severed his arm." "What? I thought he died in an accident. I don't like where this is going." While news of Yuan's presence spread throughout the sect like wildfire, Yuan himself followed the disciplinary squad and disciple Gu to some isolated area within the sect. They eventually arrived before a suspicious-looking cave that looked like the entrance to a dungeon. Chapter 9024, Underground Prison. "Is this place your headquarters?" "Judging by the outside appearance, I dare say that your disciplinary squad doesn't have a decent budget, if any at all." Yuan chuckled. "Shut up and go inside." Elder Gu said to him. Yuan shrugged and entered the cave, which led him to an underground prison that looked like it had been out of service for hundreds of years. "Young master, should I just kill these ignorant and disrespectful fools?" Feng Yusheng asked him. "No, leave it. I want to see what they're going to do," he said. He then said out loud, "Hey, I'm only being questioned, right? Must we do it here? It's so dirty that I can feel myself getting sick just from breathing in the air." Disciple Gu started laughing after hearing Yuan's words, and he said afterward, You really think we took you here to question you? Just how dumb are you? What? If you're not going to question me, why did you bring me here? Yuan asked, continuing his act. Oh, we'll question you all right. The question is how we'll do it. Disciple Gu retrieved his sword and pointed it at Yuan. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to lay your filthy hands on my woman, I will make you regret ever being born. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise, and he asked, Huh? When did I ever lay a hand on your woman? Don't act dumb. Healer Wang is my woman. I have had my eyes on her ever since she entered the sect, and I will do everything and anything to get my hands on her. Disciple Gu shouted. However, to their surprise, Yuan started laughing. What's so damn funny, everything? Yuan smiled. I see. So you still don't understand your current situation, huh? Don't worry, I will help you come to a realization very soon. Disciple Gu began approaching Yuan, but he was stopped by Elder Gu. Uncle? Wait, there's no need to be impatient. I still need to question him. Once I'm done, you can have all the fun you want with him. Elder Gu said, Chain him to the wall. He commanded the other disciples. Yuan didn't resist and allowed them to chain him to the wall in one of the prison cells. If you're smart, you will answer my questions truthfully. Elder Gu stood before him and began questioning him. What's your name? Yuan. What's your relationship with Healer Wang? We're only friends. What is your background? I don't have one. Which sect do you belong to? I'm what you call a rogue cultivator. I don't belong to any sect at this moment. What about your family? They threw me out for being useless. In other words, you're a nobody, which means we can kill you without offending anyone. You can forget about ever leaving this place now. Disciple Gu laughed out loud. What about Healer Wang? She'll be sad and angry if you kill me, Yuan asked. Don't worry about her. She'll forget about you once we feed her a mind invasion pill. A what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Young master, a mind invasion pill can alter one's memories, and that includes erasing their memories. Feng Yushang explained. A soon-to-be dead man doesn't need to know. Disciple Gu said with a grim smile on his face. How did you sneak into the sect? Elder Gu continued to question Yuan. I flew in here with your sect master. Yuan said with a smile. What? Elder Gu immediately frowned. You heard me? You know the sect master? Not just the sect master. I also happen to know your patriarch, Patriarch Gu. We're practically best friends. He's fucking with us, Disciple Gu exclaimed. If you don't believe me, you can contact your patriarch and ask him yourself. Just tell him my name. He knows it very well. Shut your damn mouth. Disciple Gu suddenly rushed into the cell and swung his sword at Yuan, who was defensively chained to the wall. Wait. Elder Gu tried to stop his nephew, but Disciple Gu was too fast, and the sword in his hand was already in a swinging motion. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. However, I will take one of your limbs. Disciple Gu laughed as his sword mercilessly chopped at Yuan's right leg. Ding! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and it felt like he'd struck a block of steel with his sword for Disciple Gu. The sword flew out of his hand almost instantly after attacking Yuan, landing a few meters away. What the fuck? He muttered in a dumbfounded voice. Surprised? Yuan asked him with a smile. You'll need a little more arm strength if you want to take my leg. I don't know what kind of trick that was, but you're still chained to the wall. What can you do in such a state? And the longer it takes to kill you, the more I will enjoy it, so resist as much as you want. Yuan suddenly yanked his arm, ripping the chains off the wall. He then snapped the handcuffs into two parts with ease. What were you saying? Yuan looked at Disciple Gu with a nonchalant expression on his face. Impossible! Those handcuffs are made from spirit-sealing crystals. Did he break them with his raw strength? The other disciples exclaimed. You don't believe that, I know your patriarch, right. If that's the case, then how come I have this in my possession? Yuan retrieved one of the treasures he'd acquired from Patriarch Gu and showed it to them. That's impossible. Why do you have that? Elder Gu exclaimed in a baffled voice. That's definitely one of our Gu family's heirlooms, the Grail of Truth. I can even sense our destiny seal on it, he cried inwardly. If you want to know how I got this treasure, go ask your patriarch. He was the one who gave it to me after all, Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. Meanwhile, Sect Master Li's talisman arrived at the Gu family's residence, alerting them of the situation at the Spirit Healing Academy, Chapter 925. Release him, Patriarch Gu. You have a message. The person who acquired Sect Master Li's message went to find him. What is it? Patriarch Gu was immediately annoyed. After his immense defeat and embarrassment caused by Yuan, Patriarch Gu has become easily irritable. So much so that even the slightest annoyance would cause his brows to frown and his blood to boil. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Academy has sent us a message, said the person with the talisman. Sect Master Li? What does he want from us? If this is about what happened recently, just ignore it, Patriarch Gu said. No, this is different. Although I don't understand the message, the Sect Master sounded a little nervous. The person handed the talisman to Patriarch Gu. Patriarch Gu sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner and activated the talisman. Sect Master Li's voice resounded in his head the next moment. This is Sect Master Li of the Heavenly Academy. Something has happened within the Spirit Healing Academy that you should probably be aware of, considering what happened to your family recently. Elder Gu, who is the head of the disciplinary squad, has taken Yuan captive and is currently questioning him. You should know firsthand what happens if you offend Yuan, hence this message. Fuck. This damn little brother of mine, why is he messing with the one person he shouldn't mess with, and so soon after what happened between the Gu family and him? Patriarch Gu tossed the talisman at the wall in an angry manner. I'm going to visit the Spirit Healing Academy. Hopefully I won't be too late to save his pitiful life. Not daring to waste any more time, Patriarch Gu flew towards the Spirit Healing Academy on his flying treasure. Meanwhile, Sect Master Xiahou returned to the sect. Sect Master? What happened to the meeting? Elder Yang was surprised to see the Sect Master return so quickly. Where's my disciple? She asked him, her appearance all messed up from the rush. She went to the disciplinary squad's headquarters after I sent you the message, he said. Anyways, what's this all about? I don't have time to explain. Thank you for sending me the message. Sect Master Xiahou didn't explain any further and rushed to find Wang Shuying. Looks like the Spirit Healing Academy is still intact, thankfully. Bai and Jue said after the rest of the sect masters arrived at the sect. At the disciplinary squad's headquarters, Wang Shuying was arguing with the disciples working there. Where did you take my friend? The sect master is aware of the situation, and it will only be a matter of time before she returns. If you let my friend go, I will not press charges against you, Wang Shuying said. Please calm down, senior apprentice, Sister Wang. We have no idea what you're talking about. What friend? The disciples at the headquarters were completely clueless. Nonsense. Your leader, Elder Gu, took my friend in for questioning. I saw it with my own eyes, as did many other disciples. You won't be able to cover for them. Why would we lie to you, senior apprentice Sister Wang? It's true that Elder Gu had left with some disciples some time ago, but they haven't returned since then, and nobody seems to know where he's gone. The disciple at the counter said, feeling an urge to cry. Are you serious, then? Where did they take my friend? Wang Shuying exclaimed. I'm sorry, but I wish we knew. They all shook their heads. Then do you know where they could have taken my friend? Wang Shuying did not give up and continued to pressure them. Some time later, Sect Master Xiahou arrived at the disciplinary squad's headquarters. Sect Master. All of the disciples there greeted her the moment they noticed her presence. And Master, you're back. Wang Shuying rushed to her master with a relieved expression on her face. Now that Master is here, they will have no choice but to release Yuan. Master. They called my friend a spy and took him in for questioning when he did nothing wrong. Wang Shuying made sure to put on the most desperate and unhappy expression she could possibly make while asking for her master's help. This friend of yours, is he a young man named Yuan? Sect Master Xiahou asked her silently, hoping to herself that Wang Shuying had another friend besides Yuan. You know my friend Yuan? How do you know each? I mean, yes, my friend Yuan was taken by Elder Gu and the disciplinary squad. Wang Shuying nodded her head viciously. The frown on Sectmaster Xiaoho's face deepened, and she immediately approached the disciples working at the front desk. "Release him right this moment," she said to them in an angry and demanding voice. However, nobody there moved. "Did you not hear me? I will not repeat myself," she roared, causing them to tremble in fear. Sectmaster, it's not that we don't want to release him. We don't even know where he is. Elder Gu hasn't returned since he left, and there's nobody in our cells right now. You can even check for yourself." The disciples there explained the situation to her. "What? How is this possible?" Sectmaster Xiahou frowned. "Damn it! What the fuck are you doing, Elder Gu? Are you trying to destroy our sect?" she cried inwardly. "If he's not here, then hurry up and contact him," Sectmaster Xiahou shouted after snapping out of her daze. "We've tried that as well, Sectmaster. Elder Gu isn't answering his communication jade slip either. Fuck!" Sectmaster Xiahou slammed her fist into the desk before her, shattering it into countless pieces, shocking everyone there, including Wang Shuying. "Master, let's all calm down a little," Wang Shuying said, feeling completely baffled by her master's outburst. After all, Yuan was her #1 idol, friend, and patient. Yet she wasn't anywhere as outraged and emotional as her master. Calm down. Do you have any idea who they're messing with? That crazy monster dared to kill Sect Master Sun in front of the other Sect Masters for trying to hurt his friends. He will destroy our sect at this rate. Sect Master Xiahou exclaimed. "What?" Everyone there was left speechless by the Sect Master's outrageous claim. Chapter 926. Answer my question or die. What? What did you just say? Yuan killed the Sect Master of the Universal Music Academy? Wang Shuying stared at her master with a look of disbelief on her face. There must have been some sort of mistake, Master. Yuan isn't the type to kill another person. He's really kind and gentle. I doubt he would even hurt a fly. Sect Master Xiahou looked at Wang Shuying and frowned. "Are you sure we're talking about the same Yuan? I watched him kill Sun Hao with my own eyes. Of course, it wasn't as though Sun Hao was completely innocent." "Holy shit! Senior Apprentice Sister Wang's friend is responsible for Sect Master Sun's death." I heard of the rumors, but to think that it was actually true. The disciples there were shocked to learn the truth. "We can talk about this later. We need to find them right now before it's too late." Sect Master Xiahou suddenly said, "Sect Master Xiahou, what's the current situation?" The other Sect Masters finally caught up with her and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Sect Master Xiahou asked them with a surprised face, "We're here for insurance. All of our sects rely on the Spirit Healing Academy for pills and medicine, so we cannot allow it to fall so easily." Sect Master Li said, "Although the Spirit Healing Academy is the weakest in the Alliance in terms of prowess, they're actually the most important. Without the Spirit Healing Academy, the other sects will have to spend much more money on pills and other medicine sect." Master Xiahou proceeded to explain the situation to the other sect masters. "What? You cannot find them? How is that even possible? I really don't know what's going on." Sect Master Xiahou shook her head. She turned to look at Wang Shuying and asked, "Can you tell us exactly what happened before Elder Gu took him away?" Wang Shuying nodded and recalled everything from the moment she met Yuan to the moment they left the alchemy store, where the disciplinary squad showed up. What Disciple Gu is also involved in this mess? If we cannot contact Elder Gu, maybe we can contact Disciple Gu through his master, Elder Kang, Sect Master Xiahou said. They left the disciplinary squad's headquarters shortly after and went to find Elder Kang, Disciple Gu's master and Sect Master Xiahou's right-hand man. Sometime later, Sect Master and other Sect Masters. "Why are all of you here? What happened to the meeting?" Elder Kang was shocked to see them gather inside his room. "Elder Kang, I need you to contact your disciple right now," Sect Master Xiahou said to him. "My disciple? Which one?" Elder Kang raised an eyebrow. "Disciple Gu. Gu Ziting? Did he do something? For the sect master to be asking for him if he did anything wrong, I will personally lecture him when he returns. We don't have the luxury to wait. Hurry up and contact him. Sect Master Zaho suddenly roared at him. Elder Kang nearly had a heart attack. Although this isn't his first time being yelled at by her, it was never this severe. Gu Zhiting, what in heaven's name did you do to anger the sect master to such an extent? Even the other sect masters are here. Fuck me. Elder Kang cried inwardly as he retrieved his communication jade slip and called Disciple Gu. Meanwhile, back at the underground prison, a few moments after Yuan broke out of his restraints, Disciple Gu felt his communication jade slip trembling. You, uncle, it's my master. He's calling for me for some reason, Disciple Gu said to him. Ignore it. We have more important things to deal with right now, Elder Gu quickly said. Yuan smiled and said, Go ahead and answer it. I'm sure it's very important. Don't worry, I won't do anything, I promise. Shut up. Nobody asked for your input, Disciple Gu shouted. Yuan shrugged. Suit yourself, answer me. Where did you get that treasure? If you don't answer me right now, I will kill you where you stand. Elder Gu suddenly roared, and he released his cultivation base that was at the first level of Spirit King. Are you sure you want to do that here? The ground will collapse on us if you act too crazy, Yuan said in a calm voice. I will not repeat myself. Answer my question or die. However, instead of answering Elder Gu's question, Yuan retrieved another treasure that belonged to their Gu family. That's even Disciple Gu recognized the treasure this time. Bastard! How did you acquire those treasures? Elder Gu was fuming so hard that his entire face was covered in bulging vessels that could pop at any moment. Go ask your patriarch. Yuan smiled. Then die for me. Elder Gu could no longer endure his anger and released his cultivation base at Yuan. Boom! The entire underground collapsed from the attack. But neither Elder Gu nor his people were harmed, as they were protected by his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, back at the sect, Elder Kang shook his head. I have tried contacting Gu Zhiting many times, but he's not answering. Fuck, Sect Master Xiahou cursed again. It was at this moment everyone in the room suddenly sensed a ripple in the air that was caused by Elder Gu's powerful attack. Did anyone feel that just now? Someone is fighting nearby? Judging by the strength of the ripple, it was caused by a Spirit King. The only Spirit King beside us in this place is Elder Gu, Sect Master Xiahou said. Let's go. Everybody there immediately rushed out of the building and followed the direction the ripple was coming from. They arrived at the collapsed cave a few minutes later, and when they arrived, Elder Gu and the others were still at the scene, as they wanted to make sure that Yuan was dead before they left. Elder Gu, what is the meaning of this? Sect Master? What are you doing here? Elder Gu had the same reaction as Elder Kang, but he was more nervous. But before Sect Master Xiahou could even respond, another person showed up to the scene. Elder Brother? Father? It was Patriarch Gu, and he had a terrified look on his face. Chapter 927, Grail of Truth. Patriarch Gu? What is he doing here? The other sect masters were surprised to see him as well. However, Patriarch Gu ignored all of their gazes and focused on the collapsed cave with a terrified look on his face. He then looked at Elder Gu and Disciple Gu. You, what have you two done? He asked them in a low and dispirited voice. Elder Brother, I just took care of some bastard that had stolen our Gu family's treasures. Believe it or not, he had our Grail of Truth, and— You fool, Patriarch Gu roared. Did you not hear about what had happened to our family? Did you really think that we'd encountered a calamity? Patriarch Gu pointed to the collapsed cave and continued. The person you just buried was that calamity? What? Are you saying that he was the one who crippled our family and killed our spirit lords? If that's the case, then I have avenged our family? He's dead, Elder Gu laughed out loud. You really think you had killed him? Sect Master Li suddenly spoke, and he continued, Even 6 sect masters from the 7 spirit academies was not enough to defeat him? What? Elder Gu and Disciple Gu looked at the sect master with wide eyes. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and before anyone there could react, almost as though a volcano had erupted, the collapsed cave suddenly exploded into the air. A figure could be seen flying out of the rubble a moment later. Of course it was Yuan, and he was completely unharmed.
We, you!
Elder Gu stared at Yuan with a shocked look on his face. How did he survive my attack? I used all of my cultivation in that attack, he cried inwardly. Yuan quickly noticed that there were more people than before. He glanced at them and smiled. Yuan, are you okay? Wang Xuing asked him while standing behind the sect masters on her flying treasure. Yes, I am fine. However, believe it or not, these guys just tried to kill me. I was so scared. Yuan chuckled. Yuan, listen to me. Sect Master Xiaohou suddenly spoke. What happened between you and Elder Gu and Disciple Gu has nothing to do with my Spirit Healing Academy. I came back as soon as I heard about it. Please forgive us. In fact, I hereby strip them of their statuses and exile them from my sect. They no longer have anything to do with us. What? You can't do that to us, Sect Master, Disciple Gu exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan nodded. Don't worry. I never planned on doing anything to your sect. After all, my friend is studying there. Furthermore, I am not so unreasonable that I would punish an entire sect because of two people's actions. He then turned to look at the disciplinary squad and continued, Since you guys were only following orders, I will also forgive you. Now get out of here before I change my mind. The disciples following Elder Gu immediately turned around and started running back to the sect. Once it was just Elder Gu and Disciple Gu. Yuan turned to look at them and mumbled out loud, Now, what should I do with them? Not only did you plot to kill me just because I'm friends with Healer Wang, but you also planned on feeding her a mind invasion pill to alter her memories. It wouldn't be unreasonable to kill the both of you, right? What? They wanted to feed me the mind invasion pill? Wang Xuing exclaimed in a terrified voice after hearing this information. You two, I'm speechless. Even the other sect masters were baffled to hear such information. Please wait, Patriarch Gu suddenly shouted, and he continued. I know they have wronged you, but please can you spare their lives? I, the Gu family, will compensate for this incident. We will give you anything you want. Gu Zhiting is my only son, and that foolish young brother of mine is the only brother I have. If you kill them, I will truly have nothing left. Yuan turned to face Patriarch Gu, who had a desperate expression on his face. You want me to forgive them after everything today? What do you think happened when I forgave Sun Hao? He immediately ignored my warning and spat on my kindness by going to your Gu family. If I forgive them after everything they've done, they will definitely come back to bite me in the future, and I cannot risk doing that, Yuan said in a cold voice. It won't happen, I promise. I swear on my surname that they will not trouble you ever again in the future. Yuan turned to look at Elder Gu and Gu Zhiting, who were completely soaked in sweat. Tell me, if I forgive you, will you promise to never bother me or Healer Wang ever again? He asked them in a calm voice. We promise. We will never bother you or Healer Wang ever again. They both promised simultaneously. Yuan silently stared at them with a pondering look. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Patriarch Gu and smiled. Patriarch Gu subconsciously smiled back. What a pity, Yuan suddenly said as his expression turned cold.
What?
The smile on Patriarch Gu's face immediately flipped upside down. Yuan revealed a certain treasure to them. That's... Patriarch Gu's eyes widened with shock. That's right, it's the Grail of Truth. As long as I have this, you cannot lie to me, Yuan said. Grail of Truth, grade, divine quality, peak description, a powerful treasure once owned by the sacred Temple of Truth. The Grail of Truth will expose all liars and emit a golden glow when someone lies before its presence. The Grail of Truth before them was glowing, meaning that someone had lied just now, and the only people that had the chance to lie were Elder Gu and Gu Zhiting. Wait, give us a chance to explain, Elder Gu immediately shouted. I already gave you both plenty of chances, and unfortunately you just used up your last chance, Yuan said in a nonchalant manner. "Help me, father, I don't want to die." Gu Zhiting began crying with a runny nose. "Please, you can even take away their cultivation. Just spare their lives," Patriarch Gu pleaded. However, Yuan pretended to not hear their voices and retrieved the Empyrean overlord, his intentions clear. The sect masters distanced themselves, as they did not want to be caught up in their mess. Patriarch Gu wanted to stop Yuan, but he was afraid that by doing so, Yuan would take his anger out on him and his Gu family afterward. Therefore, he could only use his voice to beg for their lives. Unfortunately, Yuan had no intentions to spare them. "Here's a suggestion for your next life. Stay out of trouble," Yuan said to them as he swung the Empyrean overlord, sending a powerful wave of sword aura at them. Elder Gu and Gu Zhiting were so terrified by the pressure that they couldn't even defend themselves, and right as the sword aura was about to hit them, a figure suddenly appeared before them like a ghost and blocked the attack. Yuan raised an eyebrow after seeing this newcomer with a face that he didn't recognize. Although Yuan didn't recognize this person, the sect masters and Patriarch Gu recognized him. "Lord Ji!" the sect masters exclaimed in a surprised manner. However, Patriarch Gu appeared to be more relieved than surprised, almost as though he was expecting this person to appear. This newcomer, known as Lord Ji, narrowed his eyes on his own arms after blocking Yuan's attack, feeling a little numb because of it. "Who are you?" Yuan asked him in a calm voice. "Hello, young man. I am known as Lord Ji, and I am the current lord of this realm. My Ji family oversees the 9 heavens, at least up to the 4th heaven." "Lord of Spirit Heaven?" Yuan mumbled. He recalled such a thing being mentioned before, that every world besides the lower heavens will have a lord that oversees it. Because of my status, I don't normally intervene in conflicts that don't greatly affect the balance of the world. "So, me killing these two will somehow greatly affect the balance of this world?" Yuan asked. "No, it won't." "Then why are you here?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Because a friend of mine asked for help." Lord Ji responded with a calm smile on his face. Chapter 928, Lord Ji. "A friend, huh?" Yuan glanced at Patriarch Gu, who looked much better than before in terms of appearance, almost as though he'd been resurrected. Lord Ji smiled and said, "There's no point in hiding the truth. Indeed, it was Patriarch Gu who asked me for help. And to tell you the truth, I have been watching you ever since you came out of the stairway to heaven, Yuan." "Huh? You have been stalking me since I came to Spirit Heaven." Yuan was surprised to learn this information, even a little creeped out by it. Lord Ji laughed out loud. "No, I wouldn't call it stalking. I didn't physically watch you with my own eyes. I simply gathered information about you. You had piqued my interest, so I wanted to know more about you, to understand you. Unfortunately, I still cannot understand your existence even as we speak. Your background is a complete mystery, almost non-existent, almost as though you'd suddenly popped into this world. Tell me, where did you come from?" Lord Ji narrowed his sharp eyes at Yuan. Yuan remained calm and said, "Sorry, but I don't have the time to chit-chat with you." "Then when will you have time?" "I will think about it after I kill those two behind you." Lord Ji's eyes widened, and he proceeded to speak in a surprised voice. "You still have thoughts about killing them, even though I am clearly trying to protect them. No one has ever dared to stand up to me like this, not even when I was little, of course. They tried to kill me and harm my friend, and they clearly won't stop even if I forgive them today." Lord Ji sighed. "Why don't you give me some face today and let them go, Yuan? I promise you that I will make it worthwhile. Nothing good will come out of going against my Ji family. Let's just be friends with each other, okay?" Yuan sneered at his words and spoke. "Unfortunately, I don't want to be friends with someone who is willing to protect these good-for-nothing that wouldn't think twice before plotting against others. I don't care if you're the lord of this realm or if your family oversees the 9 heavens. Nothing will stop me from killing these two today." The friendly smile on Lord Ji's face disappeared after he heard Yuan's words, and it was replaced by a cold expression. "You're going to challenge the stairway to heaven soon, right? I have no doubt that you will be able to pass the trials and reach the 3rd heaven with your talents, but once you ascend, you will not be able to return without my Ji family's permission. Once you are gone, Who will protect your friends? Who will be able to stop me or anyone from harming your friends?" Lord Ji narrowed his eyes at Yuan. Although Yuan isn't aware of it, Lord Ji was only bluffing. As the Lord of Spirit Heaven, he cannot act against the residences of the world he governs without a proper reason, or he will be punished by the heavens and have his authority stripped. This means that even if he hates someone with all of his guts, he cannot harm that individual unless that person does something that violates the laws of this world and blatantly goes against the heavens. With that being said, that doesn't restrict Patriarch Gu and his family from harming Wang Shuying and the others once Yuan leaves this world, so that is a possibility. So what you're saying is that I should remove the Ji family and the Gu family from this world before I ascend to the next world, right? As much as I hate killing, if it means my friends are safe, Yuan suddenly released his cultivation base. What a terrifying aura. Even though he's only a spirit lord, he emits a pressure that surpasses even mine as a peak spirit king. Lord Ji was shocked inwardly by Yuan's talents. Yuan's aura was so powerful that it choked Patriarch Gu, who was a spirit king. Calm down, Yuan. I won't fight you. In fact, I cannot harm you until you attack me. Lord Ji raised his hand to surrender. If you really want to kill these two behind me, I won't stop you. What? Lord Ji? You cannot abandon them after giving us hope. It's too cruel. Patriarch Gu was shocked to hear such words. Please, Lord Ji, save us. Disciple Gu cried out loud. Lord Ji looked at Patriarch Gu and said, You know that I cannot physically intervene in your conflicts. I have already done everything that I could. I thought that words would be enough to stop this young man, but I was wrong. He's more crazy than I thought, crazy enough to threaten my Ji family. He then faced Yuan and continued, I admire your attitude and boldness, Yuan. However, you have caused me to lose face before so many influential people today, and nobody that goes against me or my Ji family has ever gotten away unpunished. It might not happen tomorrow or a month later, but mark my words, I will not forget this slap in my face, Yuan. Despite showing no signs of anger, his voice was so cold that it caused everyone there but Yuan to tremble in fear. This is your last chance. Choose wisely. Lord Ji suddenly moved away from Elder Gu and Gu Zhiting, giving Yuan a clear path to them. Yuan narrowed his eyes on Lord Ji, wondering if it was a trap. However, Lord Ji showed no signs of wanting to interfere. Please, spare us. We were wrong. I swear that I won't harm you or your friends in the future, Elder Gu pleaded. Me too. I swear that however, before Gu Zhiting could even finish his sentence, Yuan mercilessly swung his sword, killing the both of them with his sword aura almost instantly. Brother, son, no, Patriarch Gu roared in despair. Lord Ji took a deep breath after witnessing Elder Gu and Gu Zhiting's death, and he turned to look at Yuan with a vicious face, who was looking at the Grail of Truth, which was emitting a golden glow. I would have spared them if this treasure didn't have a reaction. Unfortunately, Yuan sighed in a low voice. Chapter 929, Heaven's Judgment. This crazy bastard, Lord Ji mumbled in a low voice as he watched Elder Gu and Gu Zhiting's severed corpses fall to the ground from the sky. Is this what it feels like to be opposed? How interesting. He smiled inwardly. He really killed them. Wang Shuying was left speechless by Yuan's actions. She didn't think he would actually kill them. Sometime later, Yuan turned to look at Patriarch Gu and spoke in a calm voice. Are you going to avenge them now? Will you also plot to harm my friends once I am gone? However, Patriarch Gu remained silent. The Grail of Truth had a single weakness. If someone doesn't speak, it would not be able to detect any lies. However, by avoiding the Grail of Truth, they might as well be a liar. After all, there would be no point to avoid the Grail of Truth if one planned on speaking the truth. If you don't answer my question, I will kill you as well. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu, who trembled upon feeling such gaze after a moment of silence. He spoke in a low voice. Kill me if you want. I don't care any more. He then turned to look at Lord Ji and clasped his hands before continuing. Thank you for responding to my request for help. Even if you were not able to save their lives, I am still grateful that you came, and I am indebted to you. Lord Ji silently nodded. Patriarch Gu turned to look at Yuan again for a moment before turning around and flying away. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu, but he didn't chase after him. "Young master, are you sure you want to let him go? My experience tells me that he will definitely try to avenge his son and brother in the future." Feng Yusheng said to him. "I know." Yuan said, "Then why? His eyes lacked any will to live, and it reminds me of someone. I cannot kill him even if I want to. My body doesn't allow it." He sighed. The current Patriarch Gu reminded Yuan of himself during his early years as a cripple. He had no reason to live, and he couldn't care less if he lived or died. This made him hesitant on killing Patriarch Gu. "However, that doesn't mean I will allow him to harm my friends. They all believe that I won't be able to return to this place once I ascend, but that is not even close to being true. If he dares to try anything funny, I will come back down here and finish them off." "What about this Lord Ji? His Ji family is incredibly powerful, even more powerful than the 7 legacy families. They will definitely try to suppress you, but I highly discourage you from fighting them. Although you might be able to defeat them now, you won't be able to deal with the Ji family in the upper heavens." Feng Yusheng asked. "I don't know. This Lord Ji is a weird one. I do not understand him at all." Yuan shook his head inwardly, and he continued, "I guess we can only wait and see how everything goes." Once Patriarch Gu left the scene completely, Lord Ji spoke in a calm voice. "You're really one crazy bastard, Yuan. Nobody has ever opposed me this openly. I'm both impressed and filled with rage right now. What do you think I should do with you, Yuan smiled and responded in a calm voice. "You can forget about this incident. This is the best for both of us. Furthermore, you're not even supposed to be here in the first place." Lord Ji shook his head and spoke. "Unfortunately, that is no longer possible. You have opposed me, causing me to lose a lot of face today. Personally, I'm not one who cares too much about face, but the heavens watching us might think differently. If I don't punish you for opposing me, the heavens that have witnessed everything might deem me unworthy of the position of Lord and strip my status, and that is something I cannot allow even if it costs me my life. The heavens." Yuan raised his eyebrows and lifted his head to look up. "They're watching us now?" Lord Ji smiled. "The heavens are always watching us, all of us. Is that any different from the saying that God is always watching us?" Yuan wondered to himself. "So, what are you going to do now? Are you going to fight me and reclaim your face?" Yuan asked a moment later. "No, I won't fight you. Violence isn't always the answer, and the Ji family has their own methods to deal with you. However, let's see what the heavens have to say about this." Lord Ji suddenly retrieved a clear double-terminated crystal and raised it above him. "Judgment!" he shouted a moment later. A sea of white clouds began gathering above their location, but the clouds started turning darker in color as time passed. Within moments, the once white clouds were pitch black. Bang, bang, a single lightning strike suddenly descended from the black clouds and struck the crystal in Lord Ji's grasp. The clear crystal began changing colors shortly after, and within moments it became just like the clouds, pitch black. Lord Ji appeared to be shocked and terrified at the same time when he saw the results. He stared at the black crystal with wide eyes as the clouds began to disperse. Feng, I have a bad feeling about this. Do you know what he's doing?" Yuan asked her. "The lords have the ability to call upon the heavens for judgment of certain individuals. This is my first time witnessing it personally, but I have heard rumors if the crystal turns golden, it means the heavens are willing to forgive that person. The crystal can also turn red, but that means punishment for the person it judged. However, I have never heard of a pitch-black crystal before." Feng Yusheng said in a puzzled voice. "Is that so?" Yuan mumbled, and they all patiently waited for Lord Ji to announce the results of his judgment. Chapter 930. Tier 4. Body Tempering Pill. Many moments passed since Lord Ji's crystal turned pitch black, but he hasn't uttered a single word since then. Yuan could no longer wait and asked him, "Hey, what's the heavens' judgment?" Judging by the ominous color, it can't be anything good, right? Lord Ji finally snapped out of his daze and turned to face Yuan with a profound frown on his face, and without explaining anything, he turned around and flew away. What the heck? He's running away. Yuan was dumbfounded by the Lord's action. Hey, where are you going? Come back here and explain the situation. He thought about chasing after Lord Ji, but he decided to let him go for now. What was that all about? Wang Shuying approached him afterward and asked, I have no idea. Yuan shrugged. Anyways, are you hurt? He asked her. I should be asking you that question. I'm fine. Yuan smiled. I apologize. If I didn't leave the sect, none of this would have happened. Sect Master Xiahou apologized to him again. Don't kick yourself. It's not your fault. Yuan shook his head. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Yuan turned to look at the other sect masters. We were in a meeting when you interrupted us again, Sect Master Li said. After hearing about the situation from Sect Master Xiahou, we decided to tag along just in case. Bai Enjoy said. Just in case what? That I decided to destroy this place. Do I look like a villain to you? I'm a reasonable person. I won't harm innocent people. Yuan laughed out loud. Anyways, let's go back. I want to soak in some hot water after all that. Luckily, I have a cauldron and some pills that I want to test out. While Yuan and Wang Shuying returned to the sect, Sect Master Xiahou called for disciples to clean up the mess caused by the incident. Elder Gu and Gu Jiting's corpses were gathered, stitched up, and sent back to the Gu family. As for the collapsed cave, the sect master decided to completely demolish it. The other sect masters returned to their own sect shortly after. My God, Yuan, it hasn't even been a full day since you arrived, and you've already caused so much chaos. Wang Shuying said to him after they returned to her living quarters. You're blaming me? I'm the victim here, he exclaimed. I know, it's just a joke. By the way, are you really going to temper yourself with the Tier 4 and Tier 5 body-tempering pills? I really think you should hold off on them for now. Yuan smiled. Have some faith in me. Anyways, how do I use this thing? He showed her the cauldron he just got. You need to form a connection with it first. Drop some of your blood on it and establish a connection with your spiritual sense. After that, you will be able to change its size with a thought. Yuan nodded and dropped some of his blood onto the cauldron. After he injected some of his spiritual energy into the cauldron, he could immediately feel a connection to it, almost like his connections with his servants. Once the connection was strong enough, Yuan could change the cauldron size with a mere thought, and it felt extremely natural, almost as though he'd been doing it for years. Wow, this is big enough to fit 4 people. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the cauldron's maximum size. Now you fill the cauldron up with water and heat it up using a flame technique. If you don't have any fire-making techniques, I can help you, Wang Shuying said. Actually, I might have one. However, I have never used it. Yuan proceeded to activate a technique that he'd learned early on, but never got the chance to use. Heavenly fire control, a ball of flame appeared on Yuan's palms. What do you think? It's a mortal rank technique meant for cooking, Yuan said with a smile on his face. Wang Shuying rubbed her temples and sighed. You won't be able to warm the cauldron with such a pitifully weak fire, much less warm the water. Is that so? Well, its description does say regular fire, Yuan shrugged. Don't worry. I will help you heat up the... However, before Wang Shuying could even finish her sentence, Feng Yuxiang appeared beside Yuan and used her phoenix fire to heat up the cauldron almost instantly. Yi, you are... Wang Shuying stared at Feng Yuxiang's pretty face for a moment before turning to admire her beautiful golden flames. Wow, what pretty and powerful flames! This must be named Alchemy Flame. Huh? Alchemy Flame? How dare you compare my phoenix fire to alchemy flames? My flames are much more special than any alchemy flame out there, Feng Yuxiang said in a bragging tone. Huh? Phoenix fire? I have never heard of such a thing before, said Wang Shuying in a dazed voice. I'm not surprised, Feng Yuxiang sneered. Yuan smiled and said, Feng Feng is a divine beast, a phoenix. Wow, a phoenix, first dragons, now a phoenix. I always meet these mythical beings whenever I am with you, Yuan. Wang Shuiying smiled. Sometime later, Yuan tossed the Tier 4 body tempering pill into the boiling hot water and watched it disappear almost instantly, turning the clear water into a murky green color. Yuan waited for a few more moments just to be safe before removing his clothes and entering the cauldron. I should wait outside, Wang Shuiying said with a flushed face after seeing Yuan's naked body. You can stay. I don't mind, Yuan said to her as he sat down. After taking a deep breath, he started absorbing the medicine, officially starting his body tempering. Yuan immediately gritted his teeth when he sensed pain, but it wasn't unbearable. In fact, it was nowhere near as painful as his first experience and when he tempered his body with Chu Liu Xiang with the dragon scales. How do you feel, Yuan? You don't have to force yourself. Wang Shuiying said to him in a nervous voice. I'm fine. This much pain is very bearable, he calmly said. No way, she mumbled with a dumbfounded look on her face. Chapter 931, Becoming an Alchemist. Since you're able to endure the pain and nothing seems to be wrong, I will leave you alone and go concoct some pills. How long will you be staying there? A single pill can last you a week, even if you're soaked in it the entire time. Wang Shuiying asked him. I'll temper my body for a few hours. It would be a waste of money if I leave so quickly, he said. Okay, have fun. Wang Shuiying went to her room to concoct pills. 3 hours later, Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the clear water with raised eyebrows. I thought she said that it'd last a week. It's only been 3 hours since I started, and the medicine is already all gone. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Young master, did you already forget? You have a special body and incredible talents. It's only natural that you'd absorb the medicine much quicker than others, Feng Yuxiang said. I'm well aware of that, but when it takes only a few short hours to absorb a week's worth of medicine, at this rate I will need to buy a lot of body-tempering pills. I don't even dare to imagine how much money it will cost me if I want to temper my body for 1 month. Yuan sighed. The most efficient way to save money on pills is to concoct them yourself, although the ingredients are costly as well. You can easily make a profit with a single decent pill. If you concoct 2 pills and sell one of them, you'll gain enough money to buy ingredients to concoct another 2 or 3 pills, even more if the pill is of high quality. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan sighed. So you're telling me to become an alchemist and concoct the pills myself? I wanted to be an alchemist at one point, but after learning the process, I gave up on that thought. No offense to Shuiying and all of the alchemists out there, but I just find it way too boring. Honestly, if I wasn't able to consume monster cores and raise my cultivation that way, I would have hated cultivation. Feng Yuxiang began pondering after hearing Yuan's words. I have a suggestion, she said a moment later, and she continued, if the young master refuses to do alchemy, why don't I concoct pills for you? Huh? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. You want to concoct pills for me? Do you know how to concoct pills? She shook her head. No, I have never concocted a pill before, nor do I have any experience in alchemy. Then how are you going to concoct pills? I can't ask you to learn alchemy just to help me save money. That's too much. Yuan rejected her idea. Feng Yuxiang then said, actually, even if I don't have any experience, I am very confident in my abilities to concoct pills. After all, a large part of alchemy is basically how well one can control their flames. I may be a young phoenix, but I am very confident in my mastery over my own flames. Furthermore, my phoenix flame can rival even the best alchemy flames out there. I meet pretty much every necessary requisite for an alchemist, a powerful fire, perfect control over that fire, and I also have extensive knowledge on medicine and herbs because of my previous occupation. If you ask me, I'm essentially an alchemist already. Yuan stared at her with a look of disbelief, and he mumbled in a low voice, If you put it that way, now I just need to successfully concoct a pill. Once that is done, I can call myself an alchemist and start concocting pills for you. I will be right back, young master. You can go ahead and try out the Tier 5 body tempering pill. Where are you going? He asked out of curiosity. I'm going to borrow your friend's cauldron and try to concoct a pill. After saying that, Feng Yuxiang left the room and went to find Wang Xuying, who was practicing Tier 4 pills in her own room. 71% purity. Haha. It'll probably take me another month before I can concoct Tier 4 pills with over 90% purity, Wang Xuying sighed. Despite already having the ability to concoct Tier 4 pills without failing 10 out of 10 times, she won't consider it a success until she can concoct a Tier 4 pill with over 90% purity. In fact, she refuses to touch Tier 5 pills until she can successfully concoct a Tier 4 pill. This stubbornness has caused her master plenty of headaches. All right, let's try again. However, Feng Yuxiang knocked on her door right as she stood up to gather more ingredients. Did something happen to Yuan? Wang Xuying asked after seeing Feng Yuxiang standing outside her room. No, I came here because I have a request. Can you concoct a body tempering pill for me? I also want to watch you make it. I don't mind, but can I ask why? Yuan is already using Tier 4 body tempering pills, while I can only concoct Tier 3 body tempering pills. I want to see if I can concoct it a pill. Feng Yuxiang said. Eh? Wang Xuying raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. Are you an alchemist as well? I mean, you do have a very powerful fire. No, I am not yet. Is that so? I guess I can concoct a Tier 3 body tempering pill for you? Wang Xuying accepted her request. Thank you. While Wang Xuying gathered the ingredients, Feng Yuxiang took a seat in front of the cauldron right beside where Wang Xuying will be seated. Once Wang Xuying was seated and began concocting the pill, Feng Yuxiang paid close attention to her alchemy flame, from the temperature of Wang Xuying's alchemy flame to the way she adjusted its intensity. Feng Yuxiang memorized all of it with a single glance. Chapter 932, Feng Yuxiang's Alchemy. While Feng Yuxiang went to watch Wang Xuying concoct pills, Yuan tested out the Tier 5 body tempering pill. Shit! This is painful, he exclaimed in a shocked voice after trying to absorb the medicine. I didn't think the difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5 would be this vast. This pain is comparable to my first experience, however. Despite the pain, Yuan felt relieved. After all, if the Tier 5 body tempering pills were not strong enough, he would need to use Tier 6 body tempering pills, and who knows how much a single one of those would cost. An hour later, Wang Xuying retrieved the Tier 3 body tempering pill that she'd just concocted from the cauldron. How was that? She asked. I have memorized everything. Thank you. Now I would like to try. Feng Yuxiang said. You want to try? You know, I don't want to sound arrogant, but if concocting pills were this easy, everyone would be an alchemist. Maybe not human cultivators, however, in case you forgot, I am not human. I am a phoenix with fire mastery that most humans cannot even begin to comprehend. Feng Yuxiang stood up and asked, Can I use your medicines for my pill? Sure, use as many as you want. Wang Xuying nodded. After gathering enough ingredients to concoct 3 Tier 3 body tempering pills, Feng Yuxiang returned to the cauldron. If I cannot successfully concoct a pill with 3 attempts, I will admit defeat and learn alchemy from the beginning. Feng Yuxiang proceeded to summon her phoenix fire around the cauldron, and Wang Xuying stared with wide eyes. Her control over the flames is immaculate. She is even better than my master. Wang Xuying was shocked inwardly by Feng Yuxiang's performance, even though she hadn't even begun putting the ingredients inside. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang tossed the first ingredient into the cauldron and adjusted the strength of her flames so that it wouldn't burn the ingredient. My God! She melted the ingredient almost instantly and even destroyed all of the impurities at the same time. I have never seen anything like this before, Wang Xuying exclaimed inwardly as she watched Feng Yuxiang toss ingredients into the cauldron every 5 seconds. The speed of Feng Yuxiang's alchemy was truly shocking for someone like Wang Xuying, as it was many times faster than even her master, who was the best alchemist in the spirit heaven. Feng Yuxiang melted all of the ingredients needed to concoct the pill within minutes, and after another minute, she finished concocting the Tier 3 body tempering pill. Looks pretty good to me. What do you think? Feng Yuxiang handed the pill to Wang Shuying after glancing at it. Body tempering pill, Tier 3 purity, 99% effects used for body tempering. Toss in water and wait until the pill completely dissolves. Only recommended for spirit grandmasters and above. Description concocted by Feng Yuxiang. Unbelievable, you really concocted a Tier 3 body tempering pill on your first try, and it even has a 99% purity. Please tell me you were only joking with me when you said that you had no experience with alchemy. Wang Shuying looked at Feng Yuxiang with teary eyes. This is really my first time doing alchemy. Feng Yuxiang calmly shrugged, and to Feng Yuxiang's surprise, Wang Shuying suddenly began crying, "If Yuan has someone as talented as you by his side, there's no longer any reason for someone like me to exist. All of my efforts would be in vain, and alchemy is the only thing that I am good with in this world. Why am I so unlucky? I only wanted to be helpful to him." Feng Yuxiang was completely baffled by Wang Shuying's sudden outburst. She didn't think that she would upset Wang Shuying this much by concocting a single pill. "I'm sorry, but I don't really understand," Feng Yuxiang said a few moments later. Wang Shuying wiped her tears and said, "Yuan is a very talented person. Some may even say that he's too talented. He's also someone that I idolize very much, so I want to help him in any way that I can. However, since he's very talented, there are very few things that I can help him with. The field of medicine is one of these very few things that Yuan has zero experience and interest in, so I came to this place to study alchemy. I wanted to help Yuan with the pills that I'd concocted. However, now that you're in the picture, I will no longer need to concoct any pills for him, since you'll definitely do much better than me. Do you understand my frustration now?" Feng Yuxianbig nodded in a dazed manner. "Believe it or not, I actually understand your feelings very well. I also want to help him, but besides offering him treasures and some of my knowledge, there's really not much that I can do to assist him, and he will eventually acquire more treasures and knowledge than me. However, he just told me that he's reluctant to learn alchemy since he finds it very boring, and that's when I got the idea of becoming an alchemist. This way I will be able to stand by his side and not feel useless even in the future when he's standing at the peak of this world." "I see. If that's the case, then I don't mind giving up on alchemy. As a nurse, I only want what's best for my patients, and you're clearly the best out there, at least way better than me." Wang Shuying sighed. "What, you're going to give up alchemy because of this?" "That's nonsense," Feng Yuxiang said. "I mean, I only started alchemy so that I could help him. Is there a point for me to continue if I cannot help him? Of course, don't you enjoy concocting pills? You even said it yourself that you do. I will take care of the young master in your place, so you should start concocting pills for yourself," Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued, "Furthermore, the young master will be leaving this world soon. Unless you plan on ascending with him, you won't be able to help him with your alchemy." "What? Yuan is leaving this world already. He just got here," Wang Shuying exclaimed after learning this information for the first time. Chapter 933, Violet Keelan's Fire. When is he leaving?" Wang Shuying asked afterward. "Soon. Probably after he finishes visiting this place," Feng Yuxiang said. "What? That's less than a week." "Yes, that's why I don't recommend you quit being an alchemist. Unless you ascend with him, you won't be able to help him. After all, it's not like he can come down here every time he needs some pills from you. Furthermore, you're very talented in alchemy. It would be a waste of talent if you stop now." Wang Shuying sighed. "I guess so. You know, as a phoenix, I was born with the talent to control flames, and I have over 100,000 years of experience. You, on the other hand, are a human with less than 20 years of experience. If you continue being an alchemist, I have no doubt you'll eventually surpass me in the future." Wang Shuying nodded with a serious expression on her face. "Then I will continue to practice alchemy with a new goal in mind, to surpass you and stand by Yuan's side as his #1 alchemist in the future." Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "And I will start studying alchemy seriously so that I can continue being his alchemist. I won't go easy on you. I would never ask you to go easy on me, or that would make this entire thing meaningless. After all, we both want the best for Yuan." Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Now then, if I want to study alchemy, I will need some manuals. Does the alchemy store sell them?" "Yes, they do, but they will only sell them to disciples of the sect. If you want some manuals, you can take mine. I no longer have any use for them since I've already memorized everything." Wang Shuying retrieved over 20 manuals and scrolls on alchemy and medicine, placing them before Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "In exchange for your manuals, I will give you some treasures. What do you want? Weapons, rare ingredients?" "It's okay. I don't need any payment. These manuals aren't that expensive either. They cost less than 1,000 gold coins together. I don't like owing debt to anyone. Even if they're worth 1 gold coin, I will pay for it." Feng Yuxiang shook her head. She started searching inside her spatial ring the very next moment. A few moments later, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a pill-sized clear marble that contained purple flames. "I will give you this for the manuals." Feng Yuxiang handed this fiery marble to Wang Shuying. "What's this?" Wang Shuying asked as she accepted the marble. "This marble contains fire from a violet qilin, a powerful and rare magical beast known for their natural fire mastery. If you consume this treasure, you will gain the magical beast's talent, which will greatly boost your control of most flames out there, including alchemy." "Flames? Wow! Are you sure you want to give me this treasure? It looks and sounds very expensive. How much would a treasure like this cost?" Wang Shuying asked out of curiosity. "Somewhere between 50 to 60 million spirit stones, I guess." 50 million spirit stones? Wang Shuying exclaimed in a shocked voice. "This treasure is way too valuable. My manuals are only worth 1,000 gold coins at most." Feng Yuxiang shrugged and said, "Consider this as an investment." "An investment? For what?" Wang Shuying raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, "While I don't like owing debts, I love it when people owe me. In the future, if I need something from you, just remember this debt you owe me. That's all. That sounds very suspicious, like a loan shark." "You won't ask me to do something ridiculous, right?" Wang Shuying said in a doubtful voice. "Who knows?" Wang Shuying swallowed nervously. However, despite such a suspicious deal, she could not refuse the violet qilin's fire. Since she is Yuan's friend, I can trust her probably, and this treasure is just too good. I will definitely regret it for a very long time if I don't accept it." After pondering for a moment, Wang Shuying gave up and said, "Fine, I owe you. Anyways, how do I use this treasure? Do I just swallow it?" Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Yes, swallow the entire thing. If you break the marble, the fire will explode and kill you. That's incredibly dangerous. What if it explodes after I swallow it?" "Don't worry, the marble won't break that easily. And once it's in your stomach, it will slowly release the violet qilin's fire, but you will see results immediately. Also, your stomach will feel like it's on fire for the next few days, but it won't hurt you. Once you absorb all of the violet qilin's fire, your control with fire will significantly improve, almost as though you'd suddenly gained 1,000 years of experience." "I understand. Thank you for the explanation and for this treasure." Wang Shuying gently placed the marble in her mouth and swallowed it. She could immediately feel her stomach's temperature increasing, and it was actually quite comfortable. A few moments later, Wang Shuying could no longer resist her curiosity and started playing around with her alchemy flame, and to her absolute shock, she could immediately see improvements, just like Feng Yuxiang said. "This is amazing. I can't believe how much I have improved already." Wang Shuying was jumping in joy as she danced around the room with her alchemy flames. "If you're already this impressed, just wait until you finish absorbing the treasure," Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued, "Of course, you will need way more than this treasure to beat me." "Thank you. I will definitely repay this debt." Wang Shuying suddenly approached Feng Yuxiang and embraced her tightly. "Hey, who said you can hug me?" Only the young master is allowed to be intimate with my body. Feng Yuxiang quickly pushed her away. Wang Shuiying didn't mind being pushed away and even laughed. What a weird girl. Feng Yuxiang shook her head inwardly. Chapter 934. Drastic Improvements. Once she calmed down, Wang Shuiying tried to concoct pills to see the results of the treasure. I did it. Tier 4 pill with 90% purity, and I thought I would need another month before I can reach this point. Wang Shuiying kissed the pill in her hands with teary eyes. Feng Yuxiang watched with a pondering look on her face. Her improvements are insane, even considering that she'd consumed Violet Keelan's fire. She's simply improving too fast. Maybe she has a unique physique that's causing this? It's only been an hour since Wang Shuiying consumed the treasure, but she's already able to improve her Tier 4 pills from 70% to 90% purity. This kind of improvement would normally need a day, but she was able to achieve such results in only an hour. Hey, what kind of physique do you have? Feng Yuxiang decided to ask her. Me? I have a physique called Pure Flame Physique. Pure Flame Physique? Huh? That explains your tremendous improvements. Feng Yuxiang mumbled. Do you know what my physique is? Even my master doesn't know about it? Wang Shuiying said. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, The Pure Flame Physique allows you to consume many different types of flames to improve your own cultivation, and the flames you absorb will also have strengthened results, meaning you acquire more benefits than what's normally gained. I must say, it's one of the best physiques out there for alchemists. You got really lucky? I see. Wait, what kind of fire can I consume specifically? Wang Shuiying then asked, You can consume most flames out there, including alchemy flames. Eh? Won't that be a waste? Consuming alchemy flames? No, it won't be wasted since you'll be able to use all the flames you consume. Really? Does that mean I can also use the Violet Keelan's purple flames? Wang Shuiying asked in an excited voice. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You'll still need enough cultivation to use the flames. If you want to use the Violet Keelan's purple flames, you will need to be at least a Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor? How high is that? Above Spirit King? Spirit King? That's my master's cultivation. It will take years for me to reach that kind of level, not even mentioning Spirit Emperor. Wang Shuiying exclaimed. There's nothing I can do about that. Violet Keelan is a powerful magical beast found in the fourth heaven and above, so it's only natural that you need a high cultivation base to use it. Wang Shuiying sighed. Guess I will have to give up on this matter for now. Sometime later, Wang Shuiying continued to concoct Tier 4 pills until she could concoct above 90% purity 10 out of 10 times. When the sky started turning dark, Yuan finished his body tempering and went to meet with the other two. How did it go, Feng Feng? Were you able to concoct a pill? Yuan asked her. Take a look at this. Feng Yuxiang showed him the Tier 3 body tempering pill that she'd concocted. Wow, you actually did it. That's amazing. Sorry I doubted you. Don't worry about it. Now we will be able to save a lot of money on pills, and you will essentially have an endless source of body-tempering pills. Yuan nodded. How long do you think it will take you to be able to concoct Tier 5 body-tempering pills? I can't say right now, but it shouldn't take too long, considering how easy I was able to concoct a Tier 3 pill. All right, I will leave it to you. Anyways, I will see you tomorrow, Shuiying. Our tour was cut short today, but we can resume it tomorrow, Yuan said to her. Sure thing. Young master, can I borrow your cauldron for now? I want to start practicing alchemy immediately. Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him, Of course. I left it in the other room. Thank you. Yuan logged off the game shortly after. Wang Shuiying continued to concoct pills for another hour before leaving too. As for Feng Yuxiang, she would spend the rest of the night practicing her alchemy. The following day, when Yuan returned to Cultivation Online, Feng Yuxiang greeted him with a wide smile on her face. What's up, Feng Feng? Did something good happen? He asked her. Look at this. Feng Yuxiang showed him the pill in her hands. Body tempering pill, Tier 4 Purity 94% effects, used for body tempering. Toss in water and wait until the pill completely dissolves. Only recommended for spirit grandmasters and above. Description, concocted by Feng Yusheng, Tier 4 body tempering pill. You can already concoct Tier 4 pills. Yuan was surprised by her ridiculous improvement speed. At this rate, she will be able to concoct Tier 5 pills by tomorrow. I wanted to try concocting a Tier 5 body tempering pill, but even your friend doesn't have the recipe for it. I see, let's try asking Sect Master Xiaohou for it later. Okay, Wang Shuing logged on about an hour later. I wanted to watch the competition with you today, but because of what happened yesterday, it was cancelled. Disciple Gu was a competitor after all. Then let's do something else, Yuan said. She nodded. We can continue where we left off yesterday. Sure, they made their way to the alchemy store shortly after. Once they arrived, Wang Shuying started showing Yuan around the rest of the sect. This is where lectures are given. Elders will show up once a week and concoct pills before the disciples. This is the study hall where we memorize all sorts of medicine out there with our eyes and nose. This is where disciples with no money can go to practice their alchemy. Outer court disciples have access to the normal cauldrons, while inner court disciples have access to enhanced cauldrons. After showing Yuan almost everything there is to see, Wang Shuying asked him, "What do you want to do now?" Do you think we can see your master now? I want to see if we can buy the recipe for the Tier 5 body tempering pill. Then let's go to her headquarters and see if she's there. Okay. Yuan nodded. Chapter 935, Number 1 Servant. Upon Yuan's request, Wang Shuying brought him to the sectmaster's headquarters. Master, are you inside? Wang Shuying knocked on her door. As Sectmaster Xiaohou's disciple, Wang Shuying had access to the building, so she could enter and leave as she pleased, something even a lot of sect elders couldn't do. Yes, I am here. Sect. Master Xiaohou's voice quickly resounded. After all, she couldn't risk accidentally offending Yuan again, so she decided to stay in the sect until he leaves. Yuan would like to speak with you. Yuan? See? Come inside. The nervousness within Sectmaster Xiaohou's voice was apparent, causing Wang Shuying to show a bittersweet smile as she opened the door and entered the room with Yuan. Hello, Sectmaster. Yuan greeted her with a gentle smile. What do you want? However, in Sectmaster Xiaohou's eyes, his smile was very terrifying after all. Yuan had the audacity to go against the Ji family that ruled almost half of the 9 heavens. I'd like to purchase the Tier 5 body tempering pill from your sect. Yuan did not beat around the bush and said, Why do you need something like that? Do you plan on concocting them yourself? Sectmaster Xiaohou asked with a pondering look on her face. No, not me. My friend will be the one doing alchemy. Feng, the red-haired beauty, Feng Yusheng, appeared in the room beside Yuan the next moment. My name is Feng Yusheng. I am the young master's most loyal and number 1 servant. Feng Yusheng introduced herself. However, before Sectmaster Xiaohou could even respond, another figure appeared in the room, a petite figure with a cute face. Xiaohua will not let such comments slide, you sly bird. Xiaohua came first, so she is Brother Yuan's number 1 servant. Feng Yusheng rubbed her nose in a cheeky manner and said, Oh yeah? While you may have been his first servant, I am definitely in the lead when it comes to helping him, and very soon I will help the young master even more with my alchemy. Xiaohua gritted her teeth in frustration, but she was unable to refute Feng Yusheng's words. It was true that Feng Yusheng has been very helpful to Yuan as of late. Not only has she helped him save and earn a lot of money, but she even has what seems like an endless supply of valuable treasures for him. Now that she'll also be concocting pills for Yuan, Feng Yusheng's status as his servant has risen to a new level at glance. Feng Yusheng is definitely in the lead out of the 3 of them. Ex-Xiaohua can also be useful to Brother Yuan. Xiaohua said, and she started taking out powerful weapons and artifacts that emitted the aura of divine grade and even ancient grade treasures. Everyone in the room felt their jaw drop to the ground after seeing the amount of treasures in Xiaohua's grasp. "Here, Brother Yuan, take these." She offered them to him with a stubborn face. Yuan could only shake his head with a smile. "Don't be silly. I never cared about who is more useful to me, nor will I ever rank you guys based on your usefulness. In my eyes, you're all my precious companions, however." Despite Yuan's words, Xiaohua did not feel content. Because of her rivalry with Feng Yushang, she couldn't help but feel like she was losing, that she was inferior. Feng, you should also stop thinking like that. It's an unhealthy mindset to have." Yuan scolded her next. Sorry, she sighed with her head lowered. They returned to his body shortly after. Yuan sighed, and he spoke. "Anyways, I would like to purchase the Tier 5 body tempering pill recipe from you. I know that recipes are very rare and extremely valuable, so I'm going to offer you these." He retrieved a small wooden box and placed it before Sect Master Xiahou. Is this what I think it is?" Sect Master Xiahou asked in a trembling voice. She had an idea of its contents, even without looking inside, as she'd seen the wooden box before. Yes, it's leaves from the golden celestial tree, and there are 9 crimson leaves inside the box. Oh, and before I forget, the golden celestial tree itself is a few million years old. What? Leaves from a golden celestial tree that is over 1,000,000 years old? How is that even possible?" Sect Master Xiahou exclaimed. "You can examine the leaves yourself if you do not believe me." Sect Master Xiahou swallowed nervously. "No, I trust you. I want to open it, but I don't dare to expose the leaves to any more impurities, so I will leave them inside the box. 9 blades of crimson leaves, I will be able to concoct 3 golden aptitude pills. Even if I consume one for myself and give one to Shou Ying, I will still have an extra, and these leaves came from a golden celestial tree that is over 1,000,000 years old. This is a treasure that I will never see again, much less acquire." Sect Master Xiahou cried with joy inwardly. "Judging by the smile on your face, I will assume that you are going to accept my trade?" Yuan suddenly said. Unbeknownst to Sect Master Xiahou, there was a smile that was unbefitting of a woman on her face. Upon realizing the expression on her, Sect Master Xiahou quickly covered her face and turned around as it was flushed with redness. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a low voice. "Yes, I accept this trade. Here is my medallion. Bring it to the alchemy store and show it to the people on the 10th floor. They will assist you with everything you need. In fact, you can ask for more pill recipes. These leaves are countless times more valuable than the Tier 5 body tempering pills recipe after all." Yuan accepted the medallion and bowed to her. "Thank you. You can take leaves now." Yuan and Wang Shuying left the place shortly after to head towards the alchemy store once again. Chapter 936. Crazy Shopping Spree. Once they arrived at the alchemy store, Yuan and Wang Shuying walked straight to the 10th floor. However, they were blocked on the 9th floor. Only those that have received the sect master's approval may enter the 10th floor. The elders said to them. Yuan showed them Sect Master Xiahou's medallion. "Please give us a minute to confirm it with the sect master," the elder said. The elders took Yuan's medallion for a quick inspection, while they also contacted Sect Master Xiahou to confirm that she had indeed handed her medallion to Yuan. Once they confirmed everything, the elders allowed them to enter the 10th floor. The 10th floor was unsurprisingly the smallest, but also the cleanest room in the entire building due to the minimal visitors they received. In fact, visitors were practically non-existent on the 10th floor, and only 1 or 2 people get to enter this place every year. "How may I help you?" the elder working on that floor asked them. This elder also happened to be a first-level spirit king and the guardian of the alchemy store. "Hello, I'm here to buy the recipe for the Tier 5 body tempering pill," Yuan said. "Oh, I have already paid the sect master for the recipe, and she even allowed me to choose a couple more." "I understand. Here is a list of all of the pill recipes we have in the sect." The elder handed them a thin manual. Yuan took the manual and asked Feng Yuxiang, "What do you think, Feng Feng? Any particular pill recipe you want beside the Tier 5 body tempering pill?" Feng Yuxiang appeared beside him and started looking through the manual. Peak Spirit King? The elder was shocked by Feng Yuxiang's cultivation base and otherworldly beauty. A few minutes later, Feng Yuxiang picked 21 different pill recipes, not including the Tier 5 body tempering pill, and they were mostly recipes for Tier 5 pills. The elder's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably after seeing how many pill recipes Feng Yuxiang had chosen. "Wait a moment while I receive the sect master's approval," the elder said to them before disappearing to the room in the back. A few minutes later, the elder returned with a look of disbelief on his face. "The sect master has agreed to give you all of the pill recipes. You also don't need to worry about paying for them." The elder sounded like he was in disbelief, and he wondered what kind of bribe Yuan had given the sect master to make this happen. Normally, Sectmaster Xiahou would be very strict about giving away even one pill recipe, much less 22 at once. After copying all of the pill recipes Feng Yuxiang had requested, the elder handed it to her. "Now we just need to buy enough ingredients to concoct the pills. The store still owes me 100,000 spirit stones, but I doubt that will be able to help much." Yuan said afterward, "It's okay, young master. Leave everything pill-related to me, including the money." Feng Yuxiang suddenly said, "Are you sure?" "Yes. I won't lose any money as long as I successfully concoct one pill out of 3 attempts." She nodded. "All right, I will leave it to you. I will also buy my own cauldron, so I don't need to borrow yours every time I want to concoct pills," Feng Yuxiang added. They descended to the 6th floor shortly after, so that Feng Yuxiang could buy her cauldron. "I want this golden phoenix cauldron," Feng Yuxiang said to the elder there. The golden phoenix cauldron will cost 10 million spirit stones. It's also our best cauldron," the elder said. "Here." Feng Yuxiang handed him the money without any hesitation, almost as though she was only getting rid of her spare change. Thank you for your patronage." All of the staff members there bowed to Feng Yuxiang after the purchase. They descended to the 3rd floor shortly after Feng Yuxiang got her own cauldron. "I want enough medicine to concoct 1,000 Tier 5 body tempering pills and," Feng Yuxiang said to the staff members working there, shocking them speechless with her crazy shopping spree. In the end, Feng Yuxiang left the alchemy store with a cauldron that cost her 10 million spirit stones and 5 million spirit stones worth of ingredients. It was an enormous sum of money spent. In fact, Feng Yuxiang instantly became their most valued customer. 15 million spirit stones. I am speechless," Wang Shuying mumbled in a dazed voice. "How just freaking rich are you?" She couldn't help but ask. "I have sold tens of thousands of valuable treasures throughout thousands of years, so you can say that I have a decent amount of wealth. However, this much is nothing once we reach the upper heavens, where treasures will require spirit shades to purchase, which will be equivalent to billions and trillions of spirit stones." Trillions? Both Yuan and Wang Shuying swallowed nervously. Once they returned to Wang Shuying's living quarters, Feng Yuxiang immediately holed herself in one of the guest rooms to practice her alchemy. "What do you want to do tomorrow, Yuan?" Wang Shuying asked him when the sky started turning dark. "I don't know. I wouldn't mind if we just relaxed and talked to each other about our adventures." "That sounds great. Then I will see you tomorrow. Good night." "Good night." After Wang Shuying logged off, Yuan prepared to log off. However, Xiaohua suddenly appeared before him and spoke in a low voice. "Brother Yuan, can you spend the night with Xiaohua?" "Huh?" He raised his eyebrows. Xiaohua then retrieved a familiar-looking book from her spatial ring and said, "Besides supplying Brother Yuan with weapons and artifacts, this is all that Xiaohua can do for you. Are you still worried about what Feng Feng said today? You really don't need to compare with each other. Please, Brother Yuan, let Xiaohua help you," she said to him with moist eyes. Yuan sighed, and he nodded with a gentle smile. "All right, I will spend the night with you and listen to you chant like old times." Xiaohua immediately nodded her small head with a bright smile. The two of them went outside and sat in front of Wang Shuying's medicine field. Xiaohua opened her book and started reading it while Yuan closed his eyes and focused on her voice. Chapter 937. Heaven Sealing Technique. After spending the entire night listening to Xiaohua's voice, Yuan slowly opened his eyes right as the sunrise began. Your comprehension for Heaven's secret art has greatly increased. Heaven's secret art mastery level has been increased 3-4. You have learned Heaven's fourth secret art, Heaven's Sealing Technique, Heaven's Sealing Technique rank, Divine Mastery Level 1 description, a heaven-defying technique that can seal one's meridians and cultivation. Limited to Spirit Kings and below can be increased through mastery level. Anyone within 10 meters of the user can be targeted. Can be increased through mastery level. Limited to 3 individuals at once. Can be increased through mastery level. Heaven Consuming Technique mastery level has been increased 2-5. Heaven Consuming Technique rank, Divine, mastery level 5. Description: absorbs 50 million qi per second. Heaven Splitting Sword Strike mastery level has been increased 2-3. Heaven Splitting Sword Strike rank, Divine, mastery level 3. Description: must wield a sword to activate. Creates a pillar of sword light that will destroy everything that dares to block its path. Ding. Heaven Splitting Sword Strike's limiter has been released. You may now adjust the technique's strength to your desire. Heavenly Domain mastery level has been increased 1-2. Heavenly Domain rank, Divine mastery level 2. Description: holding absolute authority within your domain, dominate the battlefield, and pressure your enemies with the Heavenly Domain. All of Yuan's main techniques saw a boost in strength and mastery. However, what surprised him the most was the Heaven-Splitting Sword Strike, which had been limited this entire time. Does this mean I can pour all of my qi into a single attack? Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua and said, "It appears that the limiter for the Heaven-Splitting Sword Strike has been released. What happens now?" "That means Brother Yuan can adjust the strength of the technique as he pleases. It can be as weak as a mortal rank technique or as powerful as even the most powerful technique in the world. However, that will depend on how much spiritual energy you can give it." "Is that so? How powerful do you think I can make the technique at my current level?" he then asked. She pondered for a moment before speaking. If Brother Yuan uses all of his spiritual energy, he should be able to erase half of this sect with ease. "Is it that powerful?" Yuan was shocked. The Spirit Healing Academy is as vast as multiple large cities. If he can destroy half of it, he can easily destroy an entire city with a single heaven-splitting sword strike. Wait a second. If the limiter is already released, that means it can't get any stronger, right? However, it seems like I can still make it stronger. What happens then? The technique will become more efficient, meaning you will be able to gather more strength with less spiritual energy. The speed at which you charge it will also increase. I see, that makes sense. Yuan nodded. I also learned the Heaven Sealing Technique. This means I can seal someone's cultivation as long as they are Spirit King and below. Can this be reverted? Xiaohua nodded. Yes, it can be reverted. Do you want to try the technique on Xiaohua? Are you sure it won't hurt? It doesn't hurt. It will only restrict Xiaohua's cultivation base. Okay, I'll try it out. The Heaven Sealing Technique doesn't require you to touch the target. As long as they are within 10 meters of your location, you can seal their cultivation. After taking a deep breath, Yuan activated the Heaven Sealing Technique on Xiaohua. Invisible golden chains that can only be seen by Yuan started appearing around Xiaohua's petite body. However, right as the chains touched Xiaohua's body, they all shattered without any resistance. Heaven Sealing Technique has failed. The target's cultivation surpasses your limit. What's wrong, brother? Yuan Xiaohua asked him a moment later. The technique failed, huh? Xiaohua raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Xiaohua, are you by any chance suppressing your cultivation? At my current level, the technique only works on Spirit Kings and below, and you're clearly a Spirit King. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiao Hua isn't suppressing her cultivation. That's weird. Wait a moment. When I first met you, you were only at the 3rd level. When did you reach the 9th level of Spirit King? Now that Brother Yuan mentions it, Xiao Hua doesn't know either. It just felt so natural that Xiao Hua didn't even realize her cultivation had improved. Xiao Hua said. Yuan pondered with a slight frown on his face. Xiao Hua wouldn't lie to me. Is her cultivation being suppressed without her knowledge? But who would do such a thing? Shi Jiao doesn't appear to be cursed either. And why did her cultivation suddenly increase? What's going on? Xiao Hua looked at her own hands and also pondered about this phenomenon that was happening to her body. However, no matter how much she thought about it, nothing came to her mind. Well, there's nothing we can do if you don't know anything. Maybe we'll find out more as we ascend the 9 heavens, Yuan said sometime later. Okay, Xiao Hua nodded. Yuan. A familiar voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan to turn around. In the distance he could see Sect Master Xiahou flying towards him with an urgent look on her face. What's the matter? He asked her a moment later. I just received information that the Universal Music Academy had learned of your presence here, and they are currently making their way here as we speak, she said. Universal Music Academy? What do they have anything to do with me? Yuan asked. Have you already forgotten that you killed their sect master not long ago? They are here to seek revenge. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. What a pain in the ass. I thought my last warning to them would be enough to make them stay away from me, but alas, they're as dumb as their deceased sect master, chapter 938. Let them die. Are you going to kill them? Sect Master Xiahou asked him in a nervous voice. Do you want me to kill them? Yuan responded with a question. Of course not, however. I doubt you even care, after all. They are after your life, Yuan smiled and said. Then how about this? I will give you the chance to talk them out of killing me. If you can do that, I won't have to kill them. Are you serious? Sect Master Xiahou looked at him with wide eyes. Of course, I am not a bloodthirsty maniac who enjoys killing, even though you probably see me as one. I only shed blood when I have no other choices. Very well. I will do my best to convince them to stand down. Sect Master Xiahou nodded with a serious expression. After returning to her room, Sect Master Xiahou contacted the other sect masters regarding the matter. We have already warned the Universal Music Academy to give up on revenge multiple times, but they refuse to listen to us. If that's the case, just let them all die, Sect Master Li said. Yuan gave you the chance to talk them out of it? Even if that's the case, they still won't listen to you. I agree with Sect Master Li. Just let them die. Unfortunately, I agree with the idea to just let them die. If the Universal Music Academy is gone, there will no longer be any need for us to deal with their sect master's death, which will save us headaches, not to mention how much money it will save us in the future. In the end, the other sect masters expressed the same opinion to let the Universal Music Academy perish. This way they will save resources along other things. Sect Master Xiahou felt dejected afterward. After all, she wanted to save these disciples. While Sun Hao deserved to die, these disciples do not deserve such a pointless death. The other sect masters may not want to save them, but I want to at least try. Sect Master Xiahou hopped onto her flying treasure and left the sect to meet up with the disciples of the Universal Music Academy. Meanwhile, Yuan and Wang Shuying laid beside the medicine fields and talked about their adventures. Of course, since Wang Shuying had spent most of her time practicing alchemy, it was mostly Yuan who did the talking. By the way, you said that you'd joined the sect for me. What was that about? Yuan remembered and asked her. Wang Shuying blushed and revealed the truth to him. You joined the sect and learned alchemy just to help me? I'm really flattered, but you really don't need to do this. I have already robbed enough people of their time over the past decades. Shuying, please, just do whatever you want for yourself. Yuan sighed after learning everything. Wang Shuying shook her head and said, You have no idea how much your music saved me, Yuan. Even after your retirement, your music continued to motivate me every single day. Even if it wasn't your intention, I'm still grateful to you, hence why I want to help you. But don't worry. I am no longer pursuing alchemy just to help you. I have another goal now. Oh, what's that? There's someone I want to surpass, and I won't stop until that goal is achieved. However, that doesn't mean I don't want to help you anymore. Your servant may be much better in alchemy than me now, but I am still your nurse in the real world. Yuan, I heard that you'd created a faction. I want to join it. Huh? You want to join the Demon Sealing faction? Demon Sealing faction? What a weird name. But yes, I do. All factions have a medical team. I will be in your medical team. We don't actually have a medical team. The faction consists of 10 members, including me, and they're only good at fighting, except for Mikshu, who also deals with our food and some of the chores. I see then I will be the first member of your medical team. If you doubt my credentials, I can. There's no need. Yuan smiled. If you want to join, I won't refuse. However, we currently live on a very secluded mountain. Unless you live with us, it won't be very convenient for us to meet, I heard. The Dragon Spiral Mountain, right? I tried visiting you once, but I was immediately turned away. Huh? Why didn't you just give us a call? We could have probably worked something out. I didn't want to bother you. Anyways, I will speak with my grandfather later about leaving his hospital permanently to work with you guys. If that's your decision? Yuan nodded. Anyways, do you want to listen to some music? It's been a while since I have played the instrument. Of course, I would never miss the chance to listen to your music. Wang Shuiying immediately nodded. Yuan retrieved the soul ensnaring zither and started playing it. A couple of hours away from the Spirit Healing Academy, Sect Master Shaho finally encountered the disciples from the Universal Music Academy. Stop. I am the Sect Master of the Spirit Healing Academy, and I wish to speak with you. She stood before their army that consisted of over 10,000 disciples. Although the Universal Music Academy had over 100,000 disciples, they decided to not bring anyone below Spirit Master, as they would only be a hindrance. Greetings, Sect Master Shaho. I am Elder Chen, who will be replacing Sect Master Sun in the near future. We only have one objective, the bastard that killed our Sect Master. If you're worried that we might damage your sect, please be at ease. We will not enter your sect, only surround it from the outside, and we will only attack once our target leaves your sect. Future? This future that you speak of will not exist if you stubbornly insist on avenging Sect Master Sun's death. I am here in hopes to convince you all to turn back. Sect Master Xiahou said in a loud and clear voice that could be heard by everyone there. Chapter 939. Confronting the Universal Music Academy. Sect Master Xiahou, no matter how many times you try to convince us, our conviction and determination to avenge our Sect Master will not change. We will kill the bastard that killed our Sect Master. The only way to stop us is if you kill us all right here and now. Elder Chen exclaimed in a loud voice. Sect Master Xiahou rubbed her temples and sighed, feeling like she was dealing with children who can only listen but not comprehend her words. Listen, you won't even get the chance to avenge your Sect Master. I don't need to kill you because you'll all die if you try to kill Yuan. You don't know the true horror of his strength since you were not there to witness it, but the man who killed your Sect Master is not someone to be trifled with. Even if you bring 10,000 experts, he will easily kill all of you without breaking a sweat. If you're just going there to die, you might as well kill yourselves right now. At least that will save you some time and headaches. I heard that man is only a peak spirit lord. We have 2 spirit kings and 50 spirit lords here, not to mention our spirit masters, which is over 9,000. Are you saying that he, as a peak spirit lord, is strong enough to defeat all of us? That's ridiculous. Sect Master Xiahou frowned and said, I will warn you one last time. Turn around and leave. Otherwise you'll be walking straight to your deaths. I refuse, Elder Chen declared in a booming voice that made the blood of the disciples behind him boil with excitement. I should have listened to the other sect masters. They were all willing to let you die without even giving you a chance. Unfortunately, I have wasted my time by coming here. I will tell Yuan to meet you guys outside the sect. I don't want my disciples to clean your corpses afterward. Sect Master Shaho shook her head and began flying back to the sect. Once she got close to the Spirit Healing Academy, she could hear very pleasant music coming from somewhere within the sect. This sounds like the zither. Who could be playing right now? Not even Sect Master Sun could compare to this person, even during his prime days. Sect Master Xiahou could feel her body getting more energetic as she listened to the music. The music eventually led her to Wang Shuying's hill. It's him? He can also play the zither with such mastery? Just what is his background? Sect Master Xiahou was shocked to see Yuan playing the zither for Wang Shuying. After staying in the air to listen to Yuan's music for many minutes, Sect Master Xiahou snapped out of her daze and finally descended beside him. However, she didn't interrupt his current song and waited until he was finished before she began speaking. I have tried to convince the Universal Music Academy to turn around, but they have refused to listen to my warnings. They have 2 Spirit Kings, 50 Spirit Lords, and over 9,000 Spirit Masters. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. He turned to look at Wang Shuying and said, "Sorry, but I have to leave for a bit right now. Don't worry, I should be back very soon. What's happening?" "Where are you going?" she asked with a worried expression on her face. Judging by the atmosphere and her master's expression, Wang Shuying knew that Yuan was involved in some bad business again. "Your master can explain it to you." Yuan smiled. He then asked which direction. Sect Master Xiahou pointed south. Yuan didn't linger any longer, and immediately disappeared towards the south. "Master, what's happening? Please tell me." Sect Master Xiahou sighed and said, "I told you that Yuan had killed the Sect Master of the Universal Music Academy, right?" "Well, they're here for revenge." "What? And you're going to let him fight them? Can't you and the other Sect Masters do something about this?" She shook her head and sighed. "We tried multiple times. Unfortunately, they did not heed our warnings." "No way," Wang Shuying mumbled. Meanwhile, Yuan and the Universal Music Academy flew towards each other. "Young master, should I help you kill these ignorant fools?" Feng Yuxiang asked. "No, Xiaohua will kill them." "No, I will handle them by myself. This is a mess that I'd created, after all." He immediately refused their help. Sometime later, Yuan could see the Universal Music Academy and their 10,000-strong army of disciples. Yuan took a deep breath and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. The moment Yuan noticed the Universal Music Academy, they also noticed him. "It's him. That's the bastard that killed our sect master." Some of the disciples recognized Yuan from when he visited their sect to threaten them for Sun Hao's location. "Everyone, the bastard that killed our sect master has appeared. Prepare for battle." Elder Chen shouted out loud, alerting everyone there. However, before they could even do anything, Elder Chen suddenly shouted again, "Wait, he's doing something." Since they were still very far away from each other, Elder Chen was unable to see Yuan's figure very well, however. He can clearly see Yuan lifting his arms into the sky, and he appeared to be holding something that was almost the size of his own body. After hovering there without moving for a few moments, Yuan suddenly swung whatever he was holding in their direction. "Shit, scatter, scatter!" Elder Chen roared in a panicked voice, but alas, it was too late. The following moment, the massive beam of sword light released by Yuan had reached their location, instantly consuming half of the disciples there. The disciples that were consumed by this sword light were all disintegrated until there were not even ashes left. Elder Chen had barely survived Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike, but he did not feel relieved even in the slightest, and his wide eyes could only stare at the destruction that was left behind by the devastating attack, which looked even worse than a battlefield that had raged on for thousands of years. This bastard, is he even human? Elder Chen wondered inwardly. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 940, 10,000 Corpses. Elder Chen and the rest of the disciples that survived the heaven-splitting sword strike did not dare to move as their widened eyes stared at the devastating destruction before their eyes. They have never seen such destruction before, at least not from a single attack. In the blink of an eye, half of their 10,000 army was vanquished. While the Universal Music Academy were in a daze, Yuan shouted at them, This is your last chance to give up on revenge and go back to your sect. If you continue being stubborn, then I will truly show no mercy and kill every last one of you." The disciples' bodies trembled in fear upon hearing Yuan's words, but Elder Chen gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Do not be afraid, do not falter, do not listen to his empty threats. There's no way he can still fight after releasing such a powerful attack. He must be out of spiritual energy now. Forward, kill him and avenge our fellow disciples and our sect master." The disciples regained their courage after hearing Elder Chen's words. They all believed that Yuan would have little to no more spiritual energy left after such a big attack. Seeing the disciples charging at him, Yuan took a deep breath. What a pity! 10,000 ghost blades! 10,000 copies of Starry Abyss suddenly appeared in the sky, causing the disciples to halt. What the hell? I thought he had no more spiritual energy. The disciples were shocked to see so many daggers appearing out of thin air. "It's just an illusion. Keep going," Elder Chen shouted as he led the disciples. Yuan closed his eyes and motioned for the daggers to fly. Whoosh! All 10,000 daggers flew towards the disciples like a meteor shower. A single dagger had the strength of a spirit lord, so it was as though 10,000 spirit lords had appeared in the battlefield. "Run! He's a monster!" When the disciples saw how effortlessly Yuan was killing them, the surviving disciples towards the end of their formation turned around and started running away. "Where do you idiots think you're going? Get back here and fight!" Elder Chen roared at those that ran away, but none of them turned around. Unfortunately, he was too busy dealing with the flying daggers to chase after them. With that being said, even though Elder Chen was unable to stop them, there were more than enough flying daggers to chase after the disciples that ran away. I gave them plenty of chances, but none of them took it. Even if you suddenly decide to change your mind, I have already made up my mind. Everyone here will die today. Yuan sighed inwardly. The loud noises caused by the fighting and the screaming quickly became weaker and weaker until there was nobody left. It has been less than 5 minutes since Yuan showed up, but he'd managed to kill all of the disciples that came after him without sparing a single life. Yuan opened his eyes again after the battle, and he looked at the blood-stained battlefield with a profound expression on his face. "Do you guys think I am a hypocrite? Even though I keep saying that I do not enjoy killing people, I always end up with blood in my hands." He suddenly spoke out loud. "No, the young master has done nothing wrong. You gave them many warnings and chances to turn around, but they ignored it. If you warn someone to not enter a burning building, but they still decide to anyway, that is entirely their fault, even if you were the one who lit the building ablaze," Feng Yuxiang said in a calm voice. "Don't think too much about it, Brother Yuan. This is the true nature of the cultivation world. You either kill them, or they kill you. There is no need to feel guilty about it," Xiaohua said. "Sorry, but I cannot lie and say that I understand your feelings, Yuan. As a divine beast, I don't see anything wrong with killing those that wish to harm you," Lan Yingying said. "Thank you," Yuan said to them, and he sighed inwardly. "Maybe I'm just worried that killing too many people will change me." Change Yuan. After taking another look at the chaos he'd caused, Yuan turned around and flew back to the Spirit Healing Academy. "Are you not going to loot their bodies, young master? You might find something nice with so many corpses here?" Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. "I don't feel like it, and it's too bloody down there," Yuan said without even looking back. "Yuan, are you okay?" Wang Xiuying rushed to him the moment he returned. "Yes, as you can see, I am totally fine," he said with a smile. However, Wang Xiuying did not smile. Instead, she frowned. "Who do you think you're trying to fool? Despite my young age, I have dealt with all sorts of patients in my grandfather's hospital. I can tell if someone is hurt or not by looking at their eyes, and when I look into your eyes, I can tell that you're not fine. You may be fine physically, but not mentally, and mental damage is just as dangerous as physical injuries, sometimes even more severe. I'll give you some time for now, but I will eventually ask you about it. Thanks." The smile on Yuan's face became less stiff after hearing her words. "Hey, the Universal Music Academy, what happened to them?" Sect Master Xiahou asked him afterward. "I killed them, every last one of them." Yuan responded in a calm yet cold voice, sending shivers down their backs. And he continued, "Oh, I didn't touch the bodies. If you want, you can go ahead and loot them. It'd be a waste to leave them behind." I will send some disciples there later." Sectmaster Shaho nodded her head in a dazed voice. "It hasn't even been that long since he left, and he's already killed all 10,000 of them. Utterly ridiculous." She was terrified inwardly, yet she was also relieved that she didn't defend this monster like Sun Hao had, Chapter 941, playing catch. "Zhuiying, I'm going to leave earlier than expected. Sorry for all of the troubles that I had caused you and this sect," Yuan suddenly said to her. "Huh? Why?" "I have a feeling that something will happen soon, and I don't want you or this sect to get caught up in it, so I'm going to leave. Don't worry, we'll see each other again on the other side, sooner or later." He smiled. "Okay." She nodded. Wang Shuying logged off Cultivation online sometime later while Yuan traveled to the stairway to heaven. Xiao Hua. He suddenly called for her when he arrived. "Yes." She appeared beside him and proceeded to stare at him with a pondering gaze. "Let's play catch." "Huh?" Xiao Hua's eyes widened with surprise. "I promised to play catch with you again, remember? Let's do it now. I still have a couple of days before I have to leave for my sister's birthday." Yuan smiled. Xiao Hua's face immediately became filled with bliss, and she retrieved the red ball they used before. "There's no need to hold back this time, and let's get some distance," Yuan said to her before flying a few hundred meters away. Xiao Hua also flew into the air shortly after. Once they were ready, Xiao Hua tossed the red ball at Yuan with all of her strength. The red ball disappeared the instant it left her hands, and it appeared in front of Yuan faster than one could blink, almost as though the ball had teleported Pa. A loud noise resounded as Yuan caught the ball with his bare hands, and he was pushed back a few meters by the impact. "I'm really glad you held back before. If you'd used your full strength when we first met, I would have definitely died a horrible death." Yuan smiled as he looked at the ball, his hands trembling from it. "Let me go back a bit further," he said to her before increasing their distance by a couple hundred more meters. Whoosh! Yuan tossed the ball back at Xiao Hua using 50% of his strength, as he was worried that he might accidentally hurt her. The red ball flew faster than a bullet, and a single streak of red light appeared in the sky. However, Xiao Hua casually caught the ball with a single hand, and she said afterward, "There's no need to hold back, brother Yuan." And she proceeded to throw the ball back at him. That was even stronger than her first throw. Is she subconsciously holding back? Yuan wondered to himself after catching the ball. That felt a lot heavier. And what kind of material is this ball made out of? To withstand such abuse, the two of them would spend the next few hours playing catch-ball, and by the time they were done, the trees beneath them were all bent in an unnatural manner due to the pressure caused by their game. "It's been a while since I've worked up so much sweat. Let's do this again tomorrow," Yuan said to her afterward. "Okay." Xiao Hua eagerly nodded. Yuan logged off shortly after to have dinner with the others. Meanwhile, Wang Shuying spoke to her grandfather about joining Yuan's faction during dinner. "So I have decided to join Yu Tian's faction and move in with him at the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, this means that I won't be able to work at the hospital any longer." "What do you think, Grandpa? The young master created a faction?" "When?" Dr. Wang raised his eyebrows. "A while ago. You've probably heard of it. It's called the Demon Sealing Faction." "Huh?" "I have heard of it, but that's Player Yuan's faction, isn't it?" "Oh, right. You didn't know." "Well, Yu Tian is Player Yuan." Dr. Wang's mouth dropped wide open after hearing this. Really? And how long have you known about this?" "For a while. I promised to keep it a secret for him, so I didn't tell you. But I got his permission today to tell you. Unbelievable to think that famous Player Yuan was the young master all along. Make sure you keep it a secret, Grandpa. It would be troublesome for him if the public learned of his identity," Wang Shuying said. "That's only obvious anyways. What do you say? Can I go?" Dr. Wang nodded. "Yes, you can go. You're big enough to make your own decisions and move out. As for the hospital, don't worry about it. You were never an official employee, and you went there on your own accord, though the people there will miss you, especially the patients. When do you plan on moving? Soon. I need to apply for his faction at the Cultivators Association first. I'll do it tomorrow. The following day, Wang Shuiying made her way to the Cultivators Association. Although one can join a faction without visiting the Cultivators Association, they would not be considered an official member of the faction by the Cultivators Association and would not be allowed to participate in official events. After arriving at the Cultivators Association, Wang Shuiying patiently waited until she was at the front desk. "I'd like to apply for a faction," she said to the woman working at the desk. "Name of the faction? Demon Sealing Faction?" The woman raised her eyebrows after hearing this familiar name, and she looked at Wang Shuiying with a pitiful gaze. "You know, I'm saying this for your own good, but you won't get accepted into that faction. Countless people have applied for the faction, but they have not approved of a single new member since its founding. If you ask me, these people are too arrogant. Just because they have that player Yuan with them, they think they can exist with 10 members. What a joke! They're looking down on all of the factions out there." Wang Shuiying was speechless. She didn't expect so many people to apply for the faction, but considering Yuan's popularity, it wasn't surprising at all. Chapter 942, Applying for the Demon Sealing Faction. "Thank you for the warning, but I would still like to apply to that faction," Wang Shuiying said with a smile on her face. The woman shrugged. "You're only wasting your time. Don't say I didn't warn you. Name?" The woman proceeded to ask her a few questions required for the application form. Wang Shuiying, age, 19 years old, your cultivation. 6th level spirit apprentice. The woman scoffed inwardly after hearing Wang Shuiying's cultivation. The Demon Sealing Faction consisted mostly of high-level spirit warriors. There was no way they'd accept a spirit apprentice into their ranks. Reason for wanting to join the faction? Because I want to help them. Wang Shuiying calmly responded. The woman shook her head inwardly. This girl, she's hopeless. After typing in all of Wang Shuiying's information, the woman sent the application to the Demon Sealing Faction. "We will give you a call if they accept you. But like I'd said, that won't happen. So you might as well apply for another faction while you're here," the woman said. However, Wang Shuiying suddenly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. A few moments later. "Yes, I have just applied for the faction. Thanks. I'll talk to you again once I return home." Before Wang Shuiying even hung up the phone, the woman noticed a change on her screen, causing her to look at the monitor. "What? This is approved. Impossible." The woman couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the status of Wang Shuiying's application that had suddenly changed from pending to approved. "This isn't possible. There must have been an error in the system." The woman didn't want to believe it. After all, over 1 million people have applied to join the Demon Sealing Faction since it was announced, but all of their applications have remained pending even to this day. "Is there something wrong?" Wang Shuiying asked the woman after noticing her facial expression. "There's been a bug in the system. It says that your application had been approved, but I just submitted it. There's no way that's possible," the woman said. And she continued, "Please wait while I call my supervisor." Wang Shuiying wanted to tell the woman that it wasn't an error and that Meixiu had manually approved it during her call just now. But the woman was already on the phone and speaking to her supervisor. Of course, when the supervisor heard of the situation, he also believed it to be a bug in the system. So he manually removed Wang Shuiying's name from the Demon Sealing Faction's member list, bringing it back down to 10. "I apologize for the inconvenience, but I will have to resubmit your application due to an error." "Huh. Even though it was already approved?" Wang Shuiying was speechless. The woman scoffed in a mocking manner. "Do you really believe that you'll be able to join the faction because of an error? Even though your name had temporarily appeared in their database, we easily removed it." Wang Shuiying rubbed her eyes and sighed. "That wasn't an error." Yeah, whatever you say. Anyways, I have finished submitting your application." Wang Shuiying didn't want to argue with this woman, so she just left the building. Once she was outside, she called Mikshu again. "Hey, sorry, but something happened at the Cultivators Association, and I had to resubmit my application. But I already approved it. Your name is already in our roster, eh? It's gone? It was just there." Mikshu's puzzled voice resounded through the phone. "They thought it was an error, so they removed me from the list." Wang Xuying explained the situation to her. "I see. Then I'll give Chairman Li a call to make sure there isn't any misunderstanding this time. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, Mikshu called Chairman Li and notified him of the situation. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience my people have caused you. I will immediately send out an email so that it won't happen again," Chairman Li said. Once the call ended, Chairman Li hastily sent an email to all of his associates regarding Wang Xuying being the demon-sealing faction's newest member. He also made sure to scold the woman and her supervisor for their hasty actions. News of the demon-sealing faction receiving a new member quickly spread, shocking the world. What? The demon-sealing faction with player Yuan finally got a new member after ignoring everyone for months? Who's this lucky bastard? It's a woman. According to the person that did her application, she is a young lady between 18 and 20 years old. What? That's all? As the one who did the application, she should have way more information on this new member, right? That is against their policy, and I doubt she would want to offend the demon-sealing faction by revealing their private information. Damn. What is so special about this new member that the others don't have? I sent an application the day their faction was announced, but I still haven't received a response. I'd rather they deny it than to ignore it. Meanwhile, Wang Xuying called Mikshu again after she returned home. "So when can I move into the headquarters?" Wang Xuying asked. "We'll need to speak with the manager first. Fortunately, she's currently living here as a guest, so it shouldn't take too long," Mikshu said. "I will leave it to you and Yuan. Once again, thank you for letting me join the faction. It's only natural. You're Yuan's friend, and you even took care of him before." After the call ended, Mikshu went to look for the manager, who was watching the sealed demon in the training area like a guard dog. "Your faction received a new member." "Yes, so can you make it so that she can enter the Dragon Spiral Mountain? She'll be living with us?" The manager narrowed her eyes and said, "I will think about it after your boyfriend deals with this final demon." "Be boyfriend?" Mikshu blushed. "Am I wrong? I can smell his odor all over your body and that Chu girl." Mikshu was speechless. "The manager cans small Yuan on us. That's so embarrassing," she cried inwardly. You didn't know? I guess he has been two-timing you." The manager smiled when she noticed Mikshu's stiff expression. And check out my new novel, Magic System in a Parallel World. I will give a bonus CO chapter for every 1,000 vote. The new novel gets chapter 943. It's a mutual thing. I guess not even the famous player Yuan is perfect, but nobody would expect him to be an unfaithful bastard. The manager sneered in disdain. "Mutual," Mikshu suddenly mumbled in a low voice. "Huh? What did you just say?" "I already know about it, so does Lulu. In fact, it's a mutual thing between the three of us," Mikshu explained. Are you serious?" The manager stared at Mikshu with a look of disbelief on her face. In her eyes, Mikshu didn't appear to be the type of woman to share a man with other women. However, Mikshu nodded her head, confirming everything. "You're actually willing to share him? Unbelievable," the manager muttered in shock. "I mean, both Lulu and I love him, and he loves us. In case you forgot, I'm only supposed to stand by his side as his servant. The fact that he is willing to accept me as his woman is already more than anything I can ask for. And it's normal for a powerful man to have many wives, right?" The manager rubbed her eyes and sighed. "Listen here. While it's true that most families here have multiple wives, they are also much older than you guys. You may be an adult legally at the age of 18, but you guys do not have the experience of adults. In fact, you're all babies in my eyes. It's too early for you ladies to share a man." Meixiu sighed. I was against this kind of lifestyle at first, too, but I have already made a decision. As long as I can stay by his side, I don't care how many women he sees. The manager narrowed her eyes at Meixiu. After a moment of silence, she sighs, "Whatever. I don't have the right to tell you how to live your life anyway. Even if you decide to get knocked up by Yuan tomorrow, I won't complain." "Knocked up? That's definitely too early for us," Meixiu exclaimed. Judging by the strong scent on your body. I assume that you guys do it pretty often. Hell, I can even smell him inside if you keep messing around, you'll eventually get knocked up." Meixiu looked at the manager with wide eyes, and she wondered to herself, what kind of nose does she have? Even dogs can't compare to her. "Anyways, if you want your friend to enter the mountain, you better tell Yuan to hurry up and deal with this demon," the manager said in a stubborn voice. "I understand. I will talk to him." The manager watched in silence as Meixiu returned to the house. To think they'd be in such a relationship, truly unbelievable. What do they even see in that irritating brat? He's talented, really talented. I will give him that, but besides his talent, there's nothing special about him. She sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Meixiu went to speak with Yuan, repeating what the manager said to her. "I see. Well, if that's the case, we'll move our schedule up a little. I have nothing else to do anyway," Yuan said. During dinner, Yuan told everyone about the situation. "I won't mind even if we start the training now," Wang Ming said in an excited voice. "So we finally have a new member, huh? Who is this person?" Shilang asked. "I will introduce you to her when she arrives," Yuan said. Don't tell me it's another girlfriend," Wu Zhao exclaimed. Yuan smiled. "She's a dear friend, and someone who helped me through some dark times in the past." The others turned silent after hearing his last few words, and they recalled his past as a cripple. After dinner, Meixiu approached Yuan and whispered in his ears, "Can you sleep with me tonight?" Yuan smiled. "This is the first time you've invited me, of course." Meixiu blushed and silently nodded her head before running back to her room. After returning to his room, Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang, "I'll be with Meixiu tonight." "Sure. I will need as much rest as I can get if we're going to start training tomorrow after all," she said in a casual and calm manner. Sometime later, Yuan went to knock on Meixiu's door. "Come inside." Yuan twisted the doorknob and entered the room, but it was pitch black inside, with the only light being the slight moonlight that peeked through the windows. But despite the darkness, Yuan was able to see her figure with his divine sense. "Meixiu?" Yuan called for her. A few seconds later, Meixiu walked into where the moonlight shone, revealing herself. Yuan was dumbfounded after seeing Meixiu's appearance, who is currently half naked and wearing only a pair of exotic black lingerie. "Meixiu? Are you okay?" She nodded and spoke in a bashful voice. "To tell you the truth, even though I accepted our unique relationship, I never truly understood it. I always thought I was mature. While it's true that I am more mature and experienced than most people around my age, I am still inexperienced in many things." Yuan smiled and said, "Did the manager say something weird to you?" "No, she made me realize something. While I don't mind sharing you with other women, I also don't want to lose to them. Even if you love us all equally, I want to be the first name that appears in your head when you think of us." Meixiu started approaching Yuan. Once she was in front of him, she gave him a passionate kiss on the lips before pulling him to the bed and stripping him naked. "By the way, I got something new I want to try out." "What is it?" Meixiu showed him the new product she got from the convenience store a while ago. "What's that? Medicine?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I got it from the convenience store. The clerk said, it's a stimulator that will make things more enjoyable. Don't worry, it's completely safe." "Sure, let's do it." Yuan trusted Meixiu and agreed after taking out 2 red capsules. They each swallowed one. "My body feels hot, especially down there." The effects of the capsule immediately started affecting Meixiu moments after she consumed it. As for Yuan, although it took a little longer to affect him, the sword between his legs hardened like never before. "Yuan, Meixiu mumbled his name in an enchanting voice before kissing him again. Yuan kissed her back while embracing her body tightly, thus the beginning of a long night. Chapter 944. Love Capsule. Ha ha ha! Meixiu gasped for air as she laid on the bed with her entire body soaked in sweat and other fluids. How long does this medicine last? We've been at it for 4 hours now, but my body is still unwilling to calm down. Yuan asked her as he stood beside the bed, the sword between his legs as stiff as ever, almost as though they didn't even do anything. I don't know, but my body is still craving for it, Meixiu said. Let's take a break, as enjoyable as the last 4 hours has been. I don't want this to harm our bodies. Okay. Yuan laid on the bed beside Meixiu shortly after, despite the both of them still being naked. Meixiu didn't shy away and snuggled with him. Yuan, I love you, Meixiu suddenly mumbled in a low voice. I love you too. Yuan smiled. You know, the manager said we're too young to be doing this. Is that why you decided to do all of this? No, I have been wanting to do this with you for a while, but I never had the courage. What the manager said is right. I'm still too young and inexperienced to become a proper partner for you. Therefore, I am going to work hard to become. Yuan suddenly poked her face and interrupted. I don't need you to change or become someone else for me. Just keep being you, keep being the woman I fell in love with, okay? So what if you're young and inexperienced? We all have to start from somewhere, right? After a moment of silence, Meixiu nodded her head. By the way, what should we tell Yu-Ru? Should we tell her about our relationship? Meixiu suddenly asked. I don't mind. What about you? Well, I'm a little hesitant. Meixiu sighed. Hesitant. Why? Well, it's no secret that Yu-Ru really treasures you as her brother. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that she might not approve of our relationship. Perhaps we should postpone telling her about our relationship. I don't want to ruin her birthday, either. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Let's do just that, then. It's Yu-Ru's birthday, so everything on that day should be about her, not us. Thank you, Yuan. Meixiu suddenly felt a strong urge to caress Yuan's chest. Her hands subconsciously moved, gently caressing him with her beautiful fingers. I can't hold it any longer, Meixiu suddenly said. She sat up on the bed and crawled on top of Yuan's body. We're supposed to be taking a break. Yuan showed a helpless smile. We are still taking a break. I'm just going to use my mouth, that's all. That's not— Oh, Yuan halted his words to let out a satisfied sound when he felt something incredibly soft and warm wrap around his sword, even sucking on it. A few minutes later, Yuan could no longer endure it any longer, and pounced on Meixiu, ending their short break. The two of them would keep up their intimate acts with each other until sunrise. It's finally over. Yuan sighed in relief when the stiff rod between his legs was no more, as it was fully satisfied after an entire night of intercourse. He looked at Meixiu, who had fallen asleep on the bed from exhaustion just minutes ago. Fortunately, she knocked out after cleaning herself in the bed, or she would be sleeping in all sorts of fluids. With that being said, only the bed was clean, so the floor and the walls were still dirty. As for how they managed to mess up a perfectly clean room after a night of intercourse, only the two of them would know. After tucking Meixiu in bed, Yuan went downstairs and said to the others, Meixiu is a bit sick right now, so we'll have to eat breakfast at the mall, and she won't be participating in today's training. Is she okay? Wang Bingbing asked. Yes, she'll be fine after a day of rest. Yuan calmly nodded. Who knows how they'll react if he told them the truth, that Meixiu was too exhausted to move because they'd spent the entire night together. As they made their way to the mall for breakfast, Chu Liuxiang approached Yuan and whispered to him, So, is Meixiu really sick, or is there a different reason as to why she can't get out of bed? Yuan smiled and said, We did it all night. You what? The entire night? Chu Liuxiang was in disbelief. Yes, from the moment I entered her room until sunrise. Chu Liuxiang stared at him with wide eyes. How? We are normally done after 2 hours. How did you last an entire night? She couldn't help but ask. Meishu bought some weird medicine and suggested we try it, which kept our bodies active and lustful throughout the night, no matter how many times we did it. It was exhausting even for me. My whole body is sore now, especially my hips. And medicine? That sounds suspicious as hell. Where on earth did she acquire such a thing? Apparently, from the convenience store at the mall. I'll go ask them after breakfast, Yuan said. I'll come with you, Chu Liu-xiang said. Breakfast lasted a little over an hour. I'll meet you guys at the training field in a bit. I have some business here. It won't take long, Yuan said to the others. All right, see you there. They didn't question him and left immediately. Once they were alone, Yuan and Chu Liu-xiang made their way to the convenience store that was on the first floor of the mall. Welcome. Oh, are you guys new to the Dragon Spiral Mountain? I have never seen you before. The woman at the desk asked them. We've been here for a couple of months now, Yuan said. I see anyways. Is there anything specific that you're looking for? Yes, I have some questions about a certain product my friend bought from this place. I don't know the name, but they're these red capsules that enhances one's body, Yuan said. It took a moment, but when the woman realized what Yuan was talking about, she covered her mouth and chuckled. I see. I know exactly what you're talking about. She then reached under her counter and grabbed a box of the medicine that Yuan and Mixu used last night. Are these it? She asked him. Yes, this is it, Yuan confirmed. They're called love capsules. If you're looking to improve your nightlife with your girlfriend here, you'll definitely want these. They're very popular right now, especially amongst the young adults. They're also approved by the government and many agencies, so they are very safe. Just don't consume too much at once. 3 per day is the limit. How long are they supposed to last? Yuan then asked. About an hour or two, depending on the person. Huh? There's no way, after all. I used it with my partner last night, and it lasted us until sunrise. We couldn't stop for 10 whole hours, Yuan said. What? 10 hours? Are you sure? I don't think even the strongest capsule out there can last that long. Did you consume multiple at once? The woman asked. No, just one for each of us. Yuan shook his head. The woman stared at the love capsules and began pondering. Chapter 945. Killing the Last Demon. After pondering for some time, the woman asked, Do you by any chance have a unique physique? Perhaps it's due to your physique that has increased the potency of the medicine, Yuan then said. While that is entirely possible, what about my partner, who had the same effects? The woman pondered again before asking, Are you sure about that? While she may have lasted 10 hours, it doesn't mean she's affected by the medicine. She could have just been enduring it. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this possibility. He didn't confirm it with Mixu because she kept up with him the entire night without complaining, and she even encouraged him to continue. I will confirm it with her later. Yuan then said, Thank you for your time. Wait, can I have this box of love capsules? Chu Liu-xiang suddenly asked. Of course. You can have as many as you want, the woman nodded. Thank you. Oh, I don't need a bag. I'll just carry it home with me. Chu Liu-xiang grabbed the box and held it in her hand without feeling shameful about it. You want to use that as well? Yuan asked her after they left. Of course, since you did it with Mixu, it's only fair if you do it with me as well. I also want to experience what she felt. Are you sure this medicine will keep me up for 10 hours? I don't know about Mixu, but there's a good chance that if Mixu can do it, so can I. Don't underestimate me, darling. Sometime later, they met up with the others in the training field. Are you guys ready? Yuan asked them. Of course, Yuan unsealed the demon, starting their training. If you can defeat my friends, I will set you free. Yuan said to the demon after unsealing it, You want me to listen to livestock? Ha 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 ha, in your fucking dreams. The demon laughed out loud. Yuan didn't say anything else, and retrieved the 10 demon cores that he'd gathered from the previous 10 demons. When the demon saw the demon cores in Yuan's hands, it stopped laughing and began sweating profusely. One of these demon cores belonged to a demon with the strength of a second-level spirit lord. Killing a fifth-level spirit master like you will be easier than taking candy from a baby, Yuan said, causing it to tremble some more. You can try to kill yourself, but I will seal you before then. Yuan snapped his fingers, causing the demon sealing zone to activate. Everything below the demon's neck instantly petrified. This terrified the demon, who had severely underestimated him. I understand. I will do it. The demon gritted its teeth and said, Good. Yuan unsealed the demon, and the first team started their training shortly after. After an entire day of training, Yuan said to the demon before sealing it, See you tomorrow. Damn, I almost died multiple times fighting this demon, and it's only 2 levels stronger than the last one. Wang Ming exclaimed, It wouldn't be training if it got easier. Yuan smiled. Sometime later, Yuan visited Mishu's room to find her sitting on her bed with her laptop. Sorry, I missed training, Yuan. Mishu said to him, Don't worry about it. You can do it tomorrow. He shook his head. By the way, I have a question for you. What is it, the medicine we took yesterday? Did it really last 10 hours for you? After a moment of silence, Mishu sighed and said, No, it lasted only 2 hours for me. Why didn't you tell me? You looked like you were having fun, and I also enjoyed it. Yuan sighed. You could have gotten hurt, Mishu. That wasn't my intention. Sorry. Are you sure you're fine? She nodded with a smile. Yes, my body is a little sore. But that's all. The last thing I want is for you to get hurt just to satisfy me. I know you don't want to lose, but I don't want you to force yourself. Just continue being the Mishu I know and love. Thank you. She nodded. Yuan returned to his room sometime later to find Chu Liushang lying on the bed with the box of love capsules in her hands. You want to do it today? Yuan asked her. Huh? Oh, no. I was just bored. I won't be able to participate in training tomorrow if we did it today, after all. I'll wait until training is over. All right, the following morning, everyone including Meixiu gathered at the training area for training. The training would last until it was almost Yuro's birthday. Your service is no longer required. I will now set you free, Yuan said the demon at the end of their training. The demon sighed in relief inwardly. But before it could say anything, Yuan drove his hand into its chest and ripped out its red crystal.
What is the meaning of this?
The demon roared. Now you don't have to ever worry about getting sealed again, Yuan said to it before crushing the crystal, killing the last demon. After deactivating the demon sealing zone, Yuan turned to look at the manager and asked her, Are you satisfied? Manager narrowed her eyes at Yuan and spoke in a calm voice. Prepare yourself. You'll be seeing the Lord tomorrow. What about my friend? I have already made her a resident. She can move into the Dragon Spiral Mountain whenever. Thanks, the manager returned to the peak of the mountain shortly after, while everyone else returned home. It's finally over, Wang Ming shouted in an excited voice. Over? This is just the beginning. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of demons sealed around the world right now, and we're the only ones who can deal with them. I want all of you to be able to kill demons by yourself in the future, Yuan said. No way. Wang Ming's jaw dropped. Having second thoughts about joining this faction? Yuan smiled. Hell no. He immediately shook his head. Good. Chapter 946. The Lord's true identity. So he's finally killed the last demon, huh? The Lord mumbled in a relieved voice after hearing the news from the manager. Are you really going to reveal your true identity to him? I still don't think we can trust him. He's just a pervert who happens to have a knack for killing demons, the manager said with a frown on her face. Do you really believe that, or are you just saying that out of frustration? The Lord asked her. The manager gritted her teeth, refusing to answer. You can't be born with a knack for killing demons. You need experience and technique. I don't know how or where he learned to kill demons, but we need him. The demons have been sealed for millions of years. It won't be long before they break out of their seal. Anyways, I have decided to tell him the truth about my identity, but I can continue to keep your identity a secret. Whatever." The manager sighed. That night, after washing their bodies, Chu Liuxiang and Yuan left the bathroom without getting dressed. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "The love capsule's effect lasted for 2 hours for Meishu, but it will last around 10 hours for me. In fact, you can take the love capsule by yourself." "No," Chu Liuxiang immediately refused. "I want to experience what Meishu experienced, so I want you to take the love capsule as well. So what if it lasts for 10 hours? "I will do it even if it lasts 24 hours. After listening to her stubborn and resolute words, Yuan no longer tried to convince her. The two of them consumed the love capsule pill shortly after. Chu Liuxiang's body immediately started burning with passion. Yuan could feel the sword between his legs turning as hard as steel. Seeing his body like this, Chu Liuxiang suddenly fell to her knees and started the action with her mouth. Sometime later, they went to the bed and started the real action. After an hour of intensive and passionate session, Yuan asked her, "How do you feel?" "I feel like the night's just begun," Chu Liuxiang said as she moved in a riding motion while sitting on top of Yuan's body. Another hour later, Yuan asked, "Has the effect worn off yet?" "You don't need to worry about me, darling. Just keep going until we're both satisfied," she said to him. Although Yuan was hesitant, as he was worried about hurting her, he ended up agreeing to her reckless decision. After another hour, when the effects finally disappeared, Chu Liuxiang decided to consume another love capsule. "Meishu only took one love capsule, you know," Yuan said to her. "I know I'm cheating a little, but I was curious," she chuckled. Thus, they continued to embrace each other for the rest of the night. "The love capsule's effect seems to have strengthened for me. It lasted 12 hours this time," Yuan said at the end of their long session. "How are you feeling?" he asked Chu Liuxiang a moment later, who was lying on the bed, her body still twitching a little. "That was an amazing night we spent together, darling." "We should do it more often," she said in an exhausted manner. "I don't think that is very healthy." "What are you talking about?" "You know, you'll eventually spend more time having sex than sleeping once you accept more women into your life, so you might as well get used to it now. I don't really plan on having more partners, though. I'm satisfied with just you and Meishu." "Unfortunately, you cannot plan love, darling. I also have a feeling that our family will continue to grow bigger. Well? By the way, don't you have to meet with the Lord today?" Chu Liuxiang suddenly interrupted. "Huh?" Yuan froze for a moment. "Oh, crap! I completely forgot about it." Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, "Just go. I'll clean up the room." "Thank you." Yuan went into the bathroom and quickly washed his body before getting dressed and rushing downstairs. When he arrived at the front of the building, he could see the manager standing there with an angry expression on her face. "Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for you?" 1 hour and 15 minutes. The manager shouted at him while tapping on her watch in an aggressive manner. "Sorry, but I was busy with something. You know, you could have just knocked on my door. Why didn't you?" The manager's face twitched a little, and she spoke in a slightly shaky voice. Shut up. I'll do as I please." There was no way that she could tell him the truth, that she'd gone to his room but didn't have the courage to disturb his time with Chu Liuxiang. This pervert is like a dog in heat. Did he really spend the entire night screwing that Chu girl? To think he'd do such a thing right before meeting with the Lord. Unbelievable, she cried inwardly. Anyways, we're already way behind schedule. Let's go. The manager turned around and began walking towards the peak of the mountain. Sometime later, Yuan approached the Lord's cave. "You're almost 2 hours late. Did something happen?" The Lord asked him. "Well, I was busy with something and lost track of time." "Sorry," Yuan replied with an apologetic smile on his face. He was so busy mating with the Chu girl that he'd forgotten about the meeting. The manager suddenly said out loud. Yuan's eyebrows twitched after hearing such words, but he didn't respond to it since it was true. The Lord cleared his throat and spoke. Anyways, I express my utmost gratitude to you for dealing with the 11 demons." Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't need your gratitude. I would have done it even if you didn't ask for my help." "Very well, then, it's my turn to uphold my end of the agreement." Since you have killed the demons, I will now tell you about my true identity and the truth about Cultivation Online, the Lord said. A few moments later, Yuan could hear the sound of footsteps coming from the cave before him. So he's finally showing his true self, huh? Yuan patiently waited for the Lord to come out of his cave. Chapter 947, The Lord's True Identity 2. These footsteps sound too heavy for a human. Yuan quickly noticed this after hearing the Lord's footsteps. A few moments later, the footsteps stopped, but the Lord hadn't shown himself yet. Having second thoughts? Yuan asked him with a calm smile. No, I'm just giving you some time to prepare yourself. My appearance, it might shock you. Yuan chuckled. Let me guess, you're super ugly? This explains why you're holed up in that cave? Insolence, the manager suddenly shouted. I'm just joking anyways. There's no need to wait for me. I already know your true identity, after all. Oh, you do? The Lord sounded quite surprised. Yes, well, not exactly. But I know that you're not human. You're a divine beast, right? I don't know your species, but you're definitely a divine beast. After a moment of silence, the footsteps continued, and a large figure appeared from the cave. How did you find out? And how long have you known? The Lord asked as he came out of the cave for the first time in a very long time, revealing his massive figure. Yuan looked at the Lord's figure with his divine sense. The Lord was around 10 meters tall. His body resembled that of a tiger, and it was covered in a beautiful coat of thick red fur, almost like a Tibetan mastiff. What are you, a tiger? Yuan asked him in a calm voice. I belong to the ancient mastiff's bloodline. Specifically, I am a blood mastiff, the Lord said. Mastiff, so you're a dog. How dare you compare the bloodline of the blood mastiff to a mere dog? The manager shouted at him again. The Lord laughed. I thought you'd be more nervous or surprised. How unfortunate. Yuan shrugged. I have met with plenty of divine beasts in Cultivation Online already. How do blood mastiffs compare to phoenixes or dragons? Well, that depends on the grade of our bloodline and our race. Not all phoenixes and dragons are born equal. For example, there are over 10 different kinds of phoenixes, and the golden phoenix ranks 4th amongst all phoenixes. Meanwhile, dragons have over 100 different bloodlines, and the flood dragon is ranked 94th. Blood mastiff, while they cannot compare to the most powerful dragons and phoenixes out there, we are stronger than most phoenixes and dragons. I see, Yuan mumbled, and he continued, Anyway, I figured it out not long ago due to something Leah said. Me? The manager exclaimed. The Lord narrowed his eyes and spoke. Let me guess, you figured it out when she said that she couldn't learn demon-sealing techniques. Yuan nodded. That's right. All humans are capable of learning demon-sealing techniques. The only beings that cannot learn them are magical beasts and divine beasts. He turned to face Leah and asked her, Are you also a blood mastiff? However, she refused to respond to him. You don't need to tell me if you don't want to. However, I am curious. If she can transform into a human and interact with other humans, why aren't you doing the same? Instead, you choose to stay up here. Yuan then asked. The Lord sighed. It's not that I don't want to transform into a human. I can't, at least not right now. Why not? What's preventing you from doing so? I am currently maintaining a formation that requires immense spiritual energy. It's constantly absorbing my spiritual energy, so much so that I cannot even spare some to transform into a human. And before you ask, no, it's not the formation that conceals the peak of this mountain. In fact, this formation is more of a seal that's existing within my body. What does the formation do? It keeps this world alive, the Lord said, dumbfounding him. Huh? What do you mean? You see, there is a massive formation that surrounds this world. You cannot see it, but it's there. This formation is what's keeping this world from falling apart. If I deactivate the formation, this world will be destroyed. It is also my duty to keep this formation active at all times, and I have been doing this for millions of years. Yuan was speechless. What the Lord told him was beyond even his wildest imaginations. You must be wondering why this world is on the verge of destruction. The Lord spoke after a moment of silence. Yuan pondered and asked, "Does it have anything to do with Cultivation Online?" "Yes, it does. Since you already know that Cultivation Online, which takes place in the 9 heavens, exists out there. This will make explaining a lot easier. This world known as Earth used to be part of the 9 heavens, but it was separated during a massive war that not only removed Earth from the 9 heavens, but also created the 9 heavens at the same time." "I don't get it." Yuan tilted his head. "Well, you see, the 9 heavens wasn't always split into 9 different realms. The 9 heavens used to be one place. This means the lower heaven and all of the other heavens existed in the same plane. So you didn't need to ascend or descend. With that being said, since the world was so massive, the people made 9 different continents, and each continent was called First Heaven, Second Heaven, Third Heaven, and so on. In case you're wondering, the 9 heavens used to be called the Divine Heaven." "I see," Yuan mumbled as he digested the information. "Anyways, Earth couldn't be part of the new 9 heavens because it was too small and had drifted too far away. And without the 9 heavens' support, Earth could not support itself, hence why the formation is required to keep this world in one piece." "I'm surprised you're able to support this world with that cultivation," Yuan said. "My cultivation dropped to peak Spirit Emperor only because of the seal in my body. My real cultivation is actually far higher." The Lord sighed. Yuan nodded. "I understand the situation of our world and the 9 heavens, but what's the deal with Cultivation Online? What is its real purpose?" "I'm getting there," the Lord said. Chapter 948, The Truth About Cultivation Online. Before I tell you about the truth about Cultivation Online, let me ask you this. Do you know how it works? How you can visit the 9 heavens through Cultivation Online? The Lord asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "It obviously has something to do with the console we put on our head, but I have inspected it multiple times, even taking it apart. Despite that, I couldn't find anything special about it. I'm not surprised, since you don't have the means to see the formation." "Formation? There is a formation in the console?" "Yes, and it's actually 2 different formations, both fairly powerful formations called the Soul Transference Array and the Spirit Avatar Array. The Soul Transference Array transfers a part of your soul to the 9 heavens, just enough so that your actual body doesn't become soulless and die, and the Spirit Avatar Array transforms your separated soul into an avatar, your character." "And you're there as a soul?" Yuan frowned upon hearing this. "Our soul? Isn't that really bad? If one's soul is damaged even in the slightest, it could really mess up a person's life and turn them brain dead. If our character is our soul, doesn't that mean all damages inflicted on the character will also be inflicted on our soul?" "Indeed, but you don't need to worry about that too much. While it's true that your character is made out of your soul, it's not entirely your soul. Unless you are hit by techniques specifically meant to damage one's soul, your soul won't get damaged. With that being said, if you die in Cultivation Online, there is a high chance that your actual soul will be damaged. This is why, when players die, many of them lose their ability to cultivate both in Cultivation Online and real life," the Lord explained. "Of course, it's not guaranteed, hence why some people can still cultivate after they die. It is also the reason why even if you switch consoles, your character will remain the same." "The heck? How dare you tell me to not worry about it too much? That's super worrisome. Which genius decided to put our souls at risk while hiding the fact?" "And for what reason?" Yuan asked, feeling a little frustrated by the truth. The Lord took a deep breath and spoke. "The Celestial Emperor." "Huh? You mean the guy who rules over the 9 heavens? Why on earth would he do such a thing?" "Unfortunately, I do not know his intentions or goal. However, if I had to take a guess, I believe that he's trying to recruit talented people through Cultivation Online." "How do I know that you're telling the truth?" Yuan suddenly said, and he continued. "For all I know, you could be working for the Celestial Emperor. After all, how else would you know so much about Cultivation Online? I don't know what kind of person the Celestial Emperor is, nor do I know his purpose. But no matter his intentions, I do not agree with it. In fact, I would even say that I am against it, as much as I love Cultivation Online and am grateful to it. The Celestial Emperor is playing with our lives here, and he is doing so while keeping us in the dark about it. If you ask me, he's not a good guy. I can promise you that I am not working for the Celestial Emperor. However, I don't have any way to prove it to you, so you'll have to take my words for it. As someone who has lived in the 9 heavens before it was split into 9 different realms, it's only natural for me to know about the 9 heavens and Earth. As for the truth about Cultivation Online, I knew it as soon as I saw the formations hidden within the consoles, and there's only one person in the 9 heavens who is capable of achieving such a feat, the Celestial Emperor. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Putting aside my trust for now, I have some questions. The people living within the 9 heavens, the ones we call an NPC, how come they don't find anything wrong with us? We come back to life after we're killed, and we can log in and off at will, yet they all act as though it's completely natural. The Lord sighed. What I'm about to say is only a theory, so I'm not 100% on it, but I believe that the Celestial Emperor had placed a curse on these people, making it so that they don't find anything wrong with it. Curses like this exist? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, there are plenty of curses out there that can alter a person's personality, so something like this isn't too shocking if the Celestial Emperor is behind it all. The Lord nodded. With that being said, I don't think the curse is affecting everybody in the 9 heavens. There are powerful cultivators out there that surpass even the Celestial Emperor in terms of strength, so it's unlikely for these individuals to be cursed by him. Hearing this information, Yuan remembered something, the Great One. He knew that I didn't belong to the 9 heavens, and he even knew my real name. You know the Great One? The Lord looked at him with wide eyes. Not personally, but I have spoken with him once before, and I'd even accepted his legacy. I see anyways. I have no doubt that the Great One isn't affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse. He's one of the most powerful beings in all of the 9 heavens, after all. The Lord spoke in an admiring tone. Is there anything we can do to remove this curse, if it's even a curse? Yuan then asked. I'm not sure, but you can try finding someone who is not affected by the curse and see if they can remove the curse, the Lord said. I see, that makes sense. Yuan nodded. Chapter 949, Traveling to the 9 Heavens. Now that you know about the connection between Earth and the 9 heavens and the truth about Cultivation Online, let's talk about the Dragon Spiral Mountain, the Lord said. Have you ever thought about visiting the 9 heavens? Of course. Yuan immediately nodded his head. Well, the Dragon Spiral Mountain is actually a gateway to the 9 heavens, meaning you can travel to the 9 heavens. Really? Yuan shouted in excitement. It has been a very long time since he was this excited about something. Yes, but it cannot be done now. The gateway to the 9 heavens is a two-way portal, meaning that both gates must be activated in order for it to work. While I can activate the gate in this world, we will need someone to open the gate in the 9 heavens. If you can do that, you will be able to travel to the 9 heavens with your real body. Where can I find the gate in the 9 heavens? Yuan eagerly asked. I'm not exactly sure myself, but it should be somewhere between the 4th heaven and the 7th heaven. That's 3 realms of possibilities. Are you telling me to search every nook and cranny of these realms? Yuan exclaimed. You won't spend that much effort on looking, because the name of the gate in the 9 heavens is the same as the one in this world, Dragon Spiral Mountain. Ask the right people, and you will find it right away. I see. By the way, what will happen if I travel to the 9 heavens with my real body? What will happen to my character? Nothing. Your character will remain active even if you go there with your real body. In fact, that essentially means you will have 2 bodies in that world. One made of flesh and one made of your soul. Oh, I should have mentioned this before, when we were on the subject, but when you log off Cultivation Online, your soul doesn't return to you. Your character just loses its physical form and returns to being a soul, which is invisible to one's eyes. Huh? Does that mean my soul isn't in one piece even now? Yuan quickly asked. Indeed. Your current body contains only about 10% of your soul, and the other 90% is currently in the 9 heavens where you last logged off. No fucking way. Is that why I find it much harder to learn techniques in this world? Because I only have 10% of my soul? That is correct. My impressions of this celestial emperor is decreasing with every passing moment. Yuan sighed. Wait. Is this also why, despite cultivating and cultivation online, it doesn't affect our real body? What will happen if I regain all of my soul? Will I gain all of the cultivation it has gathered? He then asked. Indeed, if you reabsorb your soul, you will gain everything it has learned and acquired, and this includes its cultivation and skills. The Lord confirmed. Then how come some of the treasures affect our real body? Treasures affect one's soul differently. Even if the soul is separated, as long as you nourish one part of the soul, the other part will also receive the benefits. Don't ask me how it works. It just does. Then I want to ask about the gate. How do I activate it? Yuan asked a moment later. The gate is actually a formation, a level 7 formation. If you want to activate it, you'll need to become a level 7 array master, the Lord said. Level 7. Once you're capable of activating level 7 arrays and formations, I will teach you how to activate the gate. Sounds good, Yuan nodded. Any more questions? Of course. I still have tons. However, the one I want answers to the most right now would be this one. You mentioned that our souls will not be harmed unless our character dies or it suffers a technique meant for the soul. I want you to elaborate on that. The Lord nodded and spoke. There are techniques out there that directly inflicts damage on one's soul. Such techniques are incredibly rare and valuable, perhaps the rarest kind of technique out there. However, they exist, and if you're struck by such an attack, it could shatter your soul and 90% of your soul will disappear. Yuan swallowed nervously. Is there any way to combat these techniques? The Lord shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the only way to defend against techniques that damage one's soul is to have a soul that's strong enough to endure the attack. And in order to strengthen your soul, you must practice soul tempering techniques, but such techniques are as rare as soul attacking techniques. That would be the stat soul strength in Cultivation Online, correct? Yuan asked, as he remembers hearing about them from Xiao Hua. Indeed. There are only 2 ways to improve your soul strength, by cultivating soul tempering techniques, or by consuming treasures. Yuan turned silent for a moment before speaking. Then how come my soul strength increases alongside my cultivation? I have never cultivated any soul tempering techniques, nor do I recall consuming any treasures with such effect. What? Is that true? That your soul strength increases when you increase your cultivation? The Lord appeared to be greatly shocked after hearing his words. Yes, it's true. The Lord's eyes flickered with countless emotions. Do you happen to know your bloodline? He suddenly asked. Yuan nodded. It's called the Immortal Monarch bloodline. Do you know of it? Immortal Monarch bloodline. The Lord's legs nearly gave out on him after hearing this familiar name. Even the manager appeared to be quite shocked by it. So, you do know something about it. This is great. I know nothing about my bloodline, so tell me everything you know, Yuan said with a smile on his face, his excitement growing once again. The Immortal Monarch, to think I'd meet his descendant here. If this isn't fate. The Lord sighed inwardly. Chapter 950. Immortal Monarch. After coming out of his daze, the Lord took a long and deep breath before speaking. The Immortal Monarch is a prominent figure from after the primordial era. He has another nickname, but I will get to that later. First, you should probably learn more about the 9 heavens and its history. The primordial era is the first known era. It's what some people call the beginning of time, as this is the furthest history goes. The primordial era lasted for countless millions of years. During this time, many legends were created. However, towards the end of the primordial era, a massive war between the first celestial emperor and the cultivators living in that world occurred. It was known as the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. I won't get into the details since it's really long and has nothing to do with our topic, but many powerful figures had died after that war. A few thousand years later, the primordial era ended when the first known demon, Red Tyrant, suddenly showed up in the divine heaven. Because of the heavenly war that resulted in the deaths of countless experts, the human race was quickly overwhelmed by the demons, thus the beginning of a new era, the demonic era. The demons ruled the divine heavens for millions of years until the divine paragon appeared. After sealing the demonic realm and defeating most of the demons out there, the demonic era came to an end. Yuan digested all of this information with a serious face. I see primordial era and the demonic era. There's still so much I don't know, even though I have the divine paragon's memories. The Lord continued after allowing Yuan some time to breathe. After the demonic era is an era known as the immortal monarch's era, where a single person ruled, however. Even though I say that he dominated the 9 heavens, it wasn't anything official. Nobody knows the immortal monarch's background or where he came from, but he was so immensely powerful that not even the celestial emperor of that era could control him. With that being said, it was not his strength that truly shocked the world. It was his connections, his companions. The immortal monarch, also known as the monarch of beasts, was the first person in history to make divine beasts willingly obey him. What? Yuan was dumbfounded after hearing this information. Before the immortal monarch's era, divine beasts did not communicate with humans, and to human cultivators, divine beasts were superior beings that lived in a different world. Humans revered divine beasts and treated them like gods, so the idea of a divine beast lowering its head and serving a human was an unthinkable thing back then. However, the immortal monarch defied all logic and created history by becoming the first human to receive the divine beast's support. As a result of this, the immortal monarch also became the most powerful beast tamer in the 9 heavens. He was an untouchable figure that had many powerful divine beasts by his side. After hearing this information about his bloodline, many things started making sense to Yuan. The reason Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying found his blood delicious is most likely due to his bloodline that had many connections with divine beasts. If you don't mind me asking, may I have a drop of your blood for confirmation? The Lord suddenly asked him. Sure. Yuan didn't refuse, as he wanted to see the Lord's reaction. What? You're going to drink a human's blood? That's insane. The manager suddenly shouted, Silence! The Lord roared. If what he said is true, then he's not just any ordinary human. He's related to the immortal monarch, who had the support of the 9 ancient beasts. Do you have any idea what this means? What's the 9 ancient beasts? Yuan asked out of curiosity. The 9 ancient beasts refers to the most powerful and ancient divine beasts in the 9 heavens. They're said to be the first divine beasts to ever exist, so they're basically the ancestors of all divine beasts. I see anyway. Here's my blood. Yuan collected a single drop of his blood and gave it to the Lord. The Lord's body visibly trembled afterward. This is, without doubt, the immortal monarch's bloodline. Only the immortal monarch's bloodline can taste unique to us divine beasts, the Lord exclaimed. The blood of normal humans tastes like muddy water to us divine beast, but the immortal monarch is different. His blood tastes would taste more delicious than even the most delicious thing we have ever eaten, and that is exactly what your blood tasted like. Is that so? Yuan noticed the weird expression on the manager's face and turned to look at her with a smile on his face. Leah, do you also want to taste my blood? I can tell that you're curious, he asked her. There's no way that I would want to taste the blood of a human. I don't care if you have the immortal monarch's bloodline, I won't accept you, a human, the manager responded with gritted teeth. Yuan raised his eyebrows and turned to ask the Lord, did something happen with her? Her hate for humans doesn't appear to be natural. Mind your own business, the manager shouted. The Lord shook his head and said, I'm afraid that I do not have the right to tell her story. If you truly wish to know, you must ask her. Don't even think about it, because I won't tell you no matter what. The manager continued. Don't worry, I won't force you. You can tell me when you're ready, Yuan said with a smile. Damn, he's so irritating. Why does he have to make it sound like I am going to tell him in the future? And he sounds so confident about it, the manager cried inwardly. I apologize for her, young Master Yuan. The Lord said a moment later, Huh? What did you just call me? Yuan doubted his hearing just now, chapter 951. Immortal monarch's descendant. Since it's confirmed that you have the immortal monarch's bloodline, I must address you properly. It's only natural, as you're the immortal monarch's descendant, the Lord said. Just continue calling me Yuan. I don't like it when people suddenly change the way they address me. It feels awkward. I understand, Yuan. The Lord nodded. Anyways, I still have more questions. Ask away. Why are you responsible for the seal on Earth? Who decided that? It was my decision and idea to accept the seal, the Lord said. Why? Your strength is sealed and your energy is constantly being absorbed by the seal. Why would you agree to what is essentially constant torture? The Lord smiled and said, Believe it or not, I do it because I love humans. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? I know you probably think it's stupid. I am well aware of how cringe and typical my reasoning is, but it's the truth. Furthermore, I was born on Earth at least before it got its name. Earth was a small part of First Heaven before, and it was my hometown. Yuan sighed. Well, I'm not going to make fun of your decision, even though I find it ridiculous, so I'm going to go ahead and move to the next question. Since there are 2 divine beasts here, could there be other divine beasts hidden in this world? What about magical beasts? Where did they go? And how did the existence of cultivation disappear for the majority of the world? I'm not sure if there are other divine beasts out there, since it's been countless years since I have left this place, but it's not impossible. As for the magical beasts, they were all hunted to extinction. Normally, more magical beasts would be born after some time, but due to the lack of spiritual energy in this world and its small size, such a thing did not happen. Now, on to why the majority of this world forgot about cultivation. Honestly, I don't know how it happened. I went into a deep slumber shortly after I took the seal into my body, and when I woke up, it was as though the entire world had forgotten about cultivation. With that being said, the people living on Earth before it was separated from the 9 heavens were mostly mortals, so that could be a cause. Perhaps the people of this world decided to give up on cultivation altogether and started focusing on technology instead. Who knows? After all, if you think about it, even a somewhat powerful cultivation can remove mountains with ease, and considering the size of this world, it would be for the best if people stopped cultivation. Let's take you, for example, Yuan at your current level. You're more than capable of destroying this world, and you're only a spirit grandmaster. However, these are all just speculations. I see, Yuan mumbled. After pondering for some time, he spoke. All right, I will leave things here for now. There is a lot of new information that I need to think about and digest. When I'm ready to talk again, I will come back with more questions. Very well, we'll be here whenever you need us, the Lord said. Leah, escort him back, and do not be disrespectful to him. The Lord turned to her and said, Oh, one more thing. Do you mind if I tell my friends about the stuff I learned today? Yuan suddenly asked, If you want, just try not to spread it too much. It might cause the entire world to panic. All right. Yuan left the peak of the mountain shortly after. You don't need to follow me all the way. I can get back by myself, Yuan said to the manager after they left the formation. Say no more. The manager turned around and started walking back to the peak of the mountain without any hesitation. After returning to the peak of the mountain, the manager walked straight to the cave and spoke in a frustrated voice. Why did you lower yourself to him? That wasn't part of the agreement. He's the immortal monarch's descendant. It's only natural for divine beasts to lower their heads before him. That's bullshit. He's not the immortal monarch. He's just a descendant. Descendant or not, as long as he has the bloodline, we are obligated to respect him. This is the will of our ancestors, the will of the 9 ancient beasts. In fact, let me give you a suggestion, Leah. Go serve him. It will benefit you greatly. What? You want me to serve that pervert? Are you insane? I won't do such a thing even if it's the last thing I do. She immediately refused. Those that carry the immortal monarch's bloodline are destined to do great things. There are even divine beasts out there that dream of being beside someone with that bloodline. You should really take advantage of your situation and create a connection with him before he inevitably travels to the 9 heavens with his real body. You sound like you want to be his servant. Why don't you do it then? The Lord shook his head. I would be lying if I say that I don't want to serve him, but I am not worthy to be by his side. You, on the other hand, don't even think about it. I will never serve a human. What a pity. His blood is really tasty, you know. If you become his servant, you might be able to drink his blood very often. Legend also has it that if a divine beast drinks enough of the immortal monarch's blood, they can evolve, becoming more powerful than ever. The manager swallowed nervously after hearing such words, but she quickly shook the idea away. I don't care if he's the immortal monarch's descendant, even if he's the immortal monarch himself. I will not serve him. I hate humans, and I will never forgive them for their crimes. After saying such words, the manager turned around and disappeared from the scene, chapter 952, on the verge of destruction. After returning home, Yuan gathered everyone in the faction to let them know the truth about Cultivation Online. What I am about to say is very shocking, and you might even not believe me, but trust me, it's real. First and foremost, Cultivation Online, the 9 heavens is real, and our world used to be part of it. The 9 heavens was known as Divine Heaven before, but something happened, causing it to split into many different pieces. The 9 largest parts of Divine Heaven became known as the 9 heavens. Earth was too small and had drifted too far away to join the 9 heavens, so we became our own world. However, because of the separation, Earth isn't in a good condition. Hell, you can even say that it's on the verge of destruction. What? Everyone there exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yes, even now the world is on the verge of collapsing on itself. The only reason it's not is because of the Lord of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. He's keeping this world safe with a powerful formation that surrounds this world. Oh, you should know that the Lord is not human. He's actually a divine beast. Wait! Let me digest a little before you continue. Wang Ming suddenly said, So let me get this straight. This world used to exist in the 9 heavens before it got split into many parts, and it's now on the verge of destruction. However, thanks to the Lord of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain, who is not human, the world is safe. Is that it? Yes, that's right. Yuan calmly nodded. Holy shit, I can't believe it. I mean, I believe you, but I am having trouble believing it. How long do you think the Lord will continue protecting this world? Shi Lang suddenly asked. If he suddenly decides to give up, or he can no longer support this world, won't that mean the end of the world for us? According to him, he's been protecting this world ever since Earth was separated from the 9 heavens. That's at least a few million years, Yuan said. And he continued, I don't know how long he can continue protecting us, but I doubt it will be forever. I will ask him the next time we meet. Is there anything we can do? I don't like the feeling of entrusting the entire human race to one person. Like Shi Lang had mentioned, this Lord could suddenly give up and destroy the world. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I'm just speculating, but perhaps the seal can be passed on to another person. If I become strong enough, I might be able to bear this seal and keep this world safe. With that being said, I will need to seriously increase my cultivation. Before that can happen, there's another thing we can do. We can all move to the 9 heavens and live there instead. I was going to mention this next, but we can travel to the 9 heavens from here. The Dragon's Spiral Mountain is a gateway to the 9 heavens, but we need to activate the gate from both sides before we can travel there. Basically, we will be abandoning Earth, right? Wang Bingbing said. Basically. Yuan nodded. Honestly, there's nothing we can do right but trust the Lord that he will not destroy the world. In the meantime, I will try to see if there's anything I can do to prevent this world from getting destroyed in the future. Sometime later, Yuan continued their conversation. Let's talk about Cultivation Online now. The console that we've all been using has 2 different formations hidden within, the Soul Transference Array and the Soul Avatar Array. Essentially, these arrays transfer a part of our soul to the 9 heavens, and using our soul it creates our character. allowing us to visit the 9 heavens without actually going there. However, there's the thing. Because our character is our soul, any damages done to our character can actually harm our real bodies. I hope none of you have died in Cultivation Online. Everyone there exchanged shocked looks with each other. I haven't died yet. Me neither. Yuan sighed in relief after hearing that nobody in the faction has died in Cultivation Online. Now that we all know our characters are created using our souls, we should be extra careful with ourselves and try to not get hurt as much as possible, just in case. Yuan turned to face Li Jinshi and continued, "Especially you, Jinshi. Out of everyone here, I worry about you the most. You're the type to go overboard and get too excited very quickly. Getting your soul damaged is nothing like hurting your physical body. If your soul is damaged, you could easily become brain dead." Everyone there trembled after hearing such words. Now that you mention it, there are rumors of players who have suddenly become brain dead after dying too many times in Cultivation Online. Wu Zhao suddenly said, "I will verify that information later."
Hey, if it's actually this dangerous to play Cultivation Online, shouldn't we warn the others and make this information public?
Shimarong suddenly asked.
I don't think anyone would believe us even if we tried to warn them.
Wang Bingbing sighed. Right? They'll probably think we're crazy or something. Chu Liusheng agreed.
We won't say anything to the public for now.
Cultivation Online was created by the Celestial Emperor, who was the ruler of the 9 heavens, and not even the Lord knows his purpose for creating Cultivation Online also. The Celestial Emperor willingly put all of our lives at risk for his own goals. I don't care what his intentions are, but he's playing with our lives, nor does he seem to care about the consequences, Yuan said with gritted teeth. And I will not let anyone play with our lives, not even if he's the Celestial Emperor. Everyone there swallowed nervously after hearing his words that sounded like a declaration of war to the Celestial Emperor, Chapter 953, leaving the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Now that you all know the truth, I am going to tell you my plans. Yuan spoke again after letting the others some time to digest the information. I will first find the Dragon Spiral Mountain within the 9 heavens and activate it. Then I will travel to the 9 heavens and reabsorb my soul. That way I will be at my full potential. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do afterward, but I will think of something by then, hopefully. Oh yeah, I should also warn you about techniques that can damage your soul. Since your character is created from your soul, it wouldn't be wise to be struck by such a fatal attack. Therefore, avoid them at all costs. Sometime later, Yuan said to them, "Anyways, now that is out of the way, I have a small announcement to make. My sister's birthday is coming up soon, and I plan on visiting her, so I won't be here for a few days, starting tomorrow. Any questions?" Chu Liusheng immediately raised her hand and said, "I wanted to ask you this sooner, but can I go with you? I want to meet Yu Ru in person this time." "I don't mind." Yuan nodded. "Thank you." Everyone returned to their own rooms to further think about the information Yuan revealed shortly after. That night, Yuan went to spend the night with Make-Shu. "You're not going to use the love capsules this time?" Yuan asked her as they prepared for their love session. "No, I was only curious about it last time. Honestly, it doesn't feel right, consuming medicine to enhance my performance. I don't want to rely on medicine to keep up with you. However, I will admit that it was a fun time. I have never been pushed so far past my limit." Yuan smiled and said, "I also don't want to rely on those love capsules. Chu Liuxiang said that I will eventually find more partners, and when that happens, I will need the stamina to love them as well. Even though a single love capsule can keep me going for half a day, I don't like the feeling of being out of control, so I will also refrain from using them in the future and use my own strength to satisfy you." Yuan, Meishu made her advancement and kissed Yuan on the lips. However, right as things started getting intense, Meikshu's cell phone started ringing. "This is—" Meikshu swallowed nervously after seeing the name of the caller. "Who could be calling so late into the night?" Yuan asked her as he stopped moving his body. It's Yu Ru?" Meikshu said, "Should I answer it?" "Go ahead." Yuan nodded as he pulled his sword out of Meikshu's cave before laying on the bed beside her. Meixiu took a deep breath before accepting the call.
Hello?
Meixiu, is this a good time? Yuru's voice was filled with enthusiasm. Yes, I can speak now, Meixiu said. Great. Do you know what my brother is doing right now? I was hoping to speak with him. Meixiu turned to look at Yuan, who quickly shook his head. Sorry, but Yuan is actually out of the house now.
Isn't it nighttime over there? What is he doing out so late?
He had to speak with the Lord of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. It seemed very important. Meixiu didn't think she'd have to lie to Yuru in such a manner, and she felt like someone who was lying her way out of being caught cheating.
Ha! I haven't been able to hear Brother's voice in so long. I think this is the longest I have ever gone without seeing him or hearing his voice. What did you want to speak with Yuan about? I can tell him for you when he returns.
Yuru remained silent for a good moment before finally speaking. It's nothing too important. I just wanted to see if we can schedule a video call in a few days. It's my birthday, after all. Do you think my brother even remembers my birthday? Yuru then asked.
Of course Yuan won't forget something so important.
Really? I don't know. It's just been so long I'm afraid that he's forgotten about me now that he's truly free.
Don't be silly, Yuru. You're his precious little sister. He will never forget about you,
Meixiu reassured her. Then let's put that to the test. Don't tell my brother about this conversation, and don't remind him about my birthday. If he truly remembers, he will be the one contacting me instead. Okay, I won't say anything to Yuan, I promise. Thank you, Meixiu. It's almost time for my morning training, so I leave now. I will call you again later to listen to your stories. See you later, Yuro. After closing the phone, Meixiu turned to look at Yuan and said, Technically, you overheard our conversation, so I didn't tell you again. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, That silly girl is worried that I might have forgotten about her. My one and only sister? Not going to lie, I feel a little sad, and in order to make sure that she will never have such worries again, I will give her the best birthday present ever. What do you have in mind? Meixiu asked out of curiosity. I will tell you when we're on the plane tomorrow. The two of them resumed their business with each other shortly after. The following morning, Yuan, Meixiu, and Chu Liuxiang left the Dragon's Spiral Mountain in a car and made their way to the airport. On their way to the airport, Yuan made sure to tell Chu Liuxiang that his relationship with them must be kept a secret. I don't mind keeping our relationship a secret, but if she asks me, I will tell her that I love you, not that she doesn't know that already. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Some time later, the three of them boarded the airplane and started flying towards Yu Ru's location. Chapter 954. Player Yuan's Face. So, what are your plans? What do you plan on giving Yuru for her birthday? Meixiu asked Yuan shortly after the plane took off. Well, first of all, I need to meet with White Lotus and schedule my visit to their faction. As for Yuru's birthday present, I'm going to give her a concert, Yuan said. A concert like the one you gave before she left? Meixiu raised her eyebrows. You cannot call that a concert. I meant a real concert, and it will not be under my alias Tian Yang. I will be going as Yu Tian. Meixiu's jaw dropped slightly upon hearing his words. I am done hiding. I will let the world know that I have returned. I'm sure this will make Yuru happier than any physical gift I can buy her. What about the Yu family? They will definitely try to force you to return, Chu Liuxiang asked. What about them? I'm no longer in the family, and they even disowned me, Yuan said. That might not be the case. Chu Liuxiang shook her head, and she continued, Even though they have disowned you, you are still legally Yu Tian and part of the Yu family. Furthermore, I'm sure that you'd signed some contracts with the Yu family when you were still young and active, which will most likely legally bind you to their company. Lulu is right, Yuan, Meixiu said. You probably don't remember this, but your parents made you sign this contract that legally binds you to their company forever. And unlike my mother, you cannot buy your way out of the contract. The only way to leave is if the Yu family willingly destroys the contract. What the hell? That sounds illegal. And wouldn't I be too young to sign contracts? Yuan said. Not if they altered the contract without your knowledge and made it look like you signed it at a legal age. It's a common trick in the industry. Chu Liuxiang said. Yuan sighed. I'm not surprised. However, that won't stop my return. They can try whatever they want, but I am now strong enough to fight back. If they try anything funny, I will destroy the entire Yu family. What about you, Meixiu? Do you plan on giving anything to Yu Ru? Well, I have been thinking about it, but I don't know what to give her. I have never given her a birthday gift since it wasn't appropriate for me, her servant, to do so. I think she will be happy with anything you give her. It's the thought that truly counts. What about you? Meixiu suddenly turned to Chu Liuxiang and asked her. Unfortunately, I don't know Yu Ru enough to buy something. Of course, I could just buy something random, like buying gifts for a stranger I have never met. But that doesn't sit right with me, so I'm going to try and understand Yu Ru as much as I can so that I can buy something worthy for her next year. Sometime later, Meixiu asked, By the way, how are you going to start a concert? We only have 3 days until Yu Ru's birthday, 2.5, if you consider how long it will take us to get there. It's not going to be an official concert. I'm just going to set up a public concert and do it there. I've already asked the Cultivators Association to help me with the setup. They happily agreed. I see, many hours later at the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Miss Bai, your ride is prepared. We can leave whenever Player Yuan's plane should arrive in 2 hours. Her manager notified her. I understand. We'll leave in 5 minutes. Understood. Some time later, White Lotus secretly left the headquarters with her manager to meet with Yuan. About half an hour later, they arrived at the most luxurious and famous hotel in the entire White Lotus. Indeed, it was named after White Lotus by her family, who owned the hotel. Welcome, young lady. The manager of the hotel personally greeted her at the front door. Are the preparations ready? She asked him. Yes. The entire balcony has been reserved for the young lady, and our best chefs are all here today. Good? White Lotus nodded. The young lady sure is dressed elegantly today. Just who is she meeting today? The hotel manager wondered inwardly as he gazed upon White Lotus' beautiful appearance that attracted the attention of everyone there. How long until he arrives? White Lotus asked her manager. The plane will land in 30 minutes. He should arrive approximately in 1 hour and 20 minutes. And his ride? Already at the airport waiting for his arrival? I'm going to double-check my appearance. You should also go to the airport to make sure his arrival is as smooth as possible. White Lotus said before leaving. I understand. I haven't seen her this motivated and serious in such a long time. It's almost like she's meeting with her crush. Even though she says that she's not nervous, anyone can tell that's a lie. The manager couldn't help but smile inwardly. Half an hour later, Yuan's plane landed in the airport. After leaving the airplane, Yuan immediately noticed 3 conspicuous, beautiful women standing at his terminal, and they were dressed in a black suit, almost like they were from the Secret Service. Yuan immediately approached these 3 women after seeing the sign one of them was holding that had a single word on it. Birthday. Are you with White Lotus? Yuan asked them. You must be Player Yuan. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am White Lotus personal manager, Jasmine. These 2 behind me will be your bodyguard for today. So this is what the famous player Yuan looks like. These 3 ladies thought to themselves as they stared at Yuan's handsome face. They expected him to be wearing a mask to protect his identity like in Cultivation Online. But the only thing he was wearing on his face was a pair of sunglasses, which was out of their expectations, Chapter 955. Meeting White Lotus in person. Just call me Yuan, he said to the 3 ladies. By the way, these are my friends Meixiu and Chu Liuxiang. They will be visiting my sister as well. I understand. Jasmine nodded calmly. However, she was inwardly shocked by Yuan's appearance. Our investigations on Yu Ru's only brother, Yu Tian, said that he had suffered an unknown illness when he was at a very young age, becoming a cripple that couldn't even leave the bed without someone helping him. But he looks perfectly healthy to me. Our car is outside. We'll bring you to White Lotus, she said a moment later. Yuan and the others followed these ladies outside to their limousine. Yuan's group and Jasmine, and one of the bodyguards sat in the back while the second bodyguard drove the limousine. "If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me," Jasmine said to them. "Sure." However, the ride to the hotel where White Lotus was waiting was much more quiet than Jasmine had anticipated. Neither Yuan nor the other two spoke a single word for the entire trip, which made Jasmine and the bodyguards quite nervous, as they were worried that something was troubling them. Jasmine wanted to start a conversation with Yuan multiple times, but she was worried that she might bother them by doing so. In the end, she decided to remain silent and spent the entire trip staring at Yuan's face, who was silently staring in front of him. Although it looked like Yuan had turned into a stone statue, he was actually enjoying the view of the city with his divine sense. As for Meixiu and Chu Liuxiang, they had their eyes closed, almost as though they were trying to sleep. Truth was, they had nothing to say, so they just closed their eyes and patiently waited for them to arrive at their destination. About 20 minutes later, the limousine came to a complete stop, and Jasmine spoke. "We have arrived at our destination, Yuan." This hotel, Yuan noticed the name of this hotel to be the same as White Lotus, and this made him curious. This is the White Lotus Hotel. It's the highest rated and most luxurious hotel in the entire city. The hotel is also owned by the Bai family. In case you didn't know already, White Lotus' real name is Bai Lianhua. As for why the hotel is named after White Lotus, her parents were the one who came up with this idea. The moment Yuan stepped out of the car, he noticed a beautiful woman with a familiar face approaching their direction, her silky white hair flowing behind her back like a cape. He turned to greet her with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, White Lotus. Thank you for coming all the way out here for us." "It's my pleasure, Yuan. How was your journey here? I hope it was comfortable." White Lotus returned his smile with one of her own, but she was inwardly shocked for the same reason that shocked Jasmine. "Did something go wrong with our intel? He looks nothing like a cripple," she cried inwardly. "She's quite the woman, don't you think so?" Chu Liuxiang whispered to Meixiu. She nodded her head and said, quite bold with her appearance too. White Lotus was wearing a white dress that complemented her silky hair and tall figure perfectly, but it was also quite revealing, especially the area around her chest that barely covered her bare breasts. "She's definitely trying to seduce Yuan with her big boobs. I must admit they're a size or two bigger than ours." Chu Liuxiang whispered to Meixiu, who was speechless. "Let me introduce you to my friends. This is Meixiu, who used to work for my sister, and this is Chu Liuxiang, my childhood friend. They're also here to celebrate Yu Ro's birthday." Yuan calmly introduced his companions to White Lotus. White Lotus looked at Meixiu and Chu Liuxiang and smiled. "Nice to meet you. He's visiting his sister on her birthday with two beautiful women by his side. What is their relationship with him?" she wondered inwardly. Yuan and the others followed White Lotus into the hotel shortly after, while the workers there handled their luggage. "Do you want to visit your rooms now? I'm sure you're tired after your long flight," White Lotus asked them. "We're fine. We had plenty of sleep on the plane," Yuan said. "With that being said, I'm quite hungry. Then let's head to the restaurant first." Sometime later they arrived at the roof of the hotel, where they could see the majority of the city without any obstruction. "Wow, what beautiful scenery," Chu Liuxiang said out loud. "I'm glad you like it." White Lotus led them to the only table there. Once they were all seated, White Lotus said, "Order anything you want, and don't worry about the bill." Yuan looked at the menu that was much smaller than what he was used to. Because he has never eaten at an expensive restaurant, he did not know that most luxurious restaurants like this offer a smaller menu to keep the food quality higher. "I will have everything on the menu," Yuan said after a glance at the menu. Everything." White Lotus and the waiter were taken aback by his words. "Don't worry, I won't waste any food." Yuan smiled at them. Sometime later, once all of their orders were taken, the waiter rushed to the kitchen and told the chefs to cook everything on the menu and some more. "What? I was told that we would only be serving very few guests, not several families." The chefs were baffled by the news. Despite their shock, the chefs immediately began their work, causing the temperature in the kitchen to rise very quickly. While they waited, White Lotus started the conversation by saying to Yuan, "By the way, those sunglasses look really good on you." "Thank you. But I'm not wearing these for fashion. To tell you the truth, I am actually blind," Yuan said with a smile. "Blind?" White Lotus was at loss for words. Chapter 956. Who are you trying to seduce? How can he be blind? He's walking around just fine without any support. White Lotus wondered to herself after hearing Yuan's seemingly outrageous claim. Yuan smiled and removed his sunglasses, revealing to her his silver eyes. White Lotus covered her mouth in shock and asked in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, but how? Once you reach Spirit Master, you will be able to use something called Divine Sense, which will allow you to see your surroundings without needing to use your actual eyes. It's a very convenient skill, and you can even see things that you normally wouldn't be able to see with your bare eyes." "You're already a Spirit Master?" White Lotus was shocked once again. "I'm still only at the 3rd level of Spirit Warrior, yet he's already a Spirit Master. How does he progress so fast? Actually, I'm a Spirit Grandmaster right now," Yuan said. "What?" White Lotus stood up from shock and shouted, startling them. Excuse me." White Lotus quickly realized her mistake and sat back down with her face slightly rosy. "If I recall correctly, even the 2nd strongest player is only a peak Spirit Master. If we don't include the person himself, this guy has managed to surpass the strongest cultivator in Cultivation online in the real world. This achievement is nothing short of absurd," she cried inwardly. It was at this moment that White Lotus realized just how much she and the rest of the world were underestimating him. "I must rope him into my Bai family at all cost. Even if he doesn't join us, I want to maintain a good relationship with him. Fortunately for us, his younger sister is a member of our faction. This gives us a massive advantage over the others." White Lotus was getting more nervous with every passing moment, and the mission her family assigned her resounded louder and clearer. "Player Yuan must join our Bai family. You must do whatever you can to win him over, even if you have to use your own body. Are you okay? You don't seem very well," Yuan suddenly asked her after noticing her pale complexion. Eh? Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. I am fine." White Lotus immediately fixed her expression and even put a charming smile on her face. "Anyways, let's talk about your purpose here to surprise Yu Ro. I already have everything planned to make sure your surprise visit is a success. Actually, about that, there's been a change of plans." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Well, I have decided to surprise Yu Ro in a different manner. There will be a public concert on the day of her birthday. I want you to bring Yu Ru to the concert without letting her realize the truth. I'm sorry if this will inconvenience you," Yuan explained. "Of course not. I will make sure to send Yu Ru to the concert without fail. But does this mean you no longer want to visit our Eternal Lotus's headquarters?" White Lotus asked. "I don't want to trouble you or your faction since. It's no trouble at all. And since I have already prepared for your visit at the faction, it would be a waste if you didn't show up." "If you say it like that, I guess I can visit your faction and see for myself how my sister has been living lately." Yuan nodded. The food arrived shortly after, and they stopped talking temporarily to eat. "Wow, this food is delicious," Yuan said in a pleasantly surprised voice as he constantly shoved food inside his mouth. "I'm glad you enjoy it," White Lotus smiled. An hour later, he really finished everything. White Lotus was impressed by Yuan's eating talent. After the workers there cleaned up the table, they resumed their conversation. "There's still another 2 days before Yu Ru's birthday. What do you plan on doing until then?" White Lotus asked. "We'll probably just look around the city. Mishu still needs to buy Yu Ru a birthday present too, I see. Then, do you mind if I tag along with you guys? I can be your guide." White Lotus asked. "Are you sure? What about your faction? Won't they become suspicious if you're gone for too long?" "It's fine. I rarely get involved with the members anyway, and it's only for 2 days. I have been gone for longer before. Oh, if you're worried that I might attract too much attention, I can go in a disguise. You're even going as far as disguising yourself. I kind of feel bad for making you do so much work just to guide us around. It's fine. It's also my desire to spend more time with you, White Lotus said with a slightly blushing face. There's still a lot I want to talk to you about, too, especially after our conversation in Cultivation Online. If you really want to come with us, I won't stop you, Yuan said a moment later. Thank you. White Lotus showed a beaming smile. However, that smile would disappear a moment later when someone shouted, Wait! You can't go out there! Do you know who I am? Get out of my way. I have business with White Lotus and the bastard she's meeting with. I know she's out there. Hey! A tall figure suddenly stormed through the guards and onto the roof where Yuan and the others were. Who's that? Yuan asked. I'm really sorry. That's Zheng Weimin, and he's been infatuated with me for a while now, to the point where he's stalking me. Don't worry, I will deal with him immediately. White Lotus left the table and approached the young man. Zheng Weimin, I don't remember inviting you. How dare you barge in here and disturb my important meeting with an esteemed guest? I will give you 3 seconds to turn around and leave before I toss you out myself. Zheng Weimin pointed at her body with trembling hands and roared, Look at you! Who are you trying to seduce with such a slutty dress? He then turned to look at Yuan and continued, Is it him? Is that the bastard you're trying to seduce? Not on my watch. Wow, what a guy, Chu Liuxiang mumbled, finding the situation to be incredibly amusing for some reason. Anne, this is the bonus chapter for reaching 1K Power Stones for Magic System in a Parallel World, Chapter 957, Young Master Zheng. That's it. I have had enough of your nonsense. White Lotus started approaching Zheng Weimin aggressively. What do you think you're doing, White Lotus? Do you really dare to lay your hands on me? In case you forgot, your Bai family is only ranked 7th in the legacy ranking, whilst my Zheng family is ranked 5th, not even mentioning our allies. Touch even a hair on my body, and I will start a war with your Bai family. White Lotus gritted her teeth in frustration. I don't care even if you're ranked 1st in the legacy ranking, I will not forgive you for your actions today. White Lotus Yuan's calm voice suddenly resounded, causing her to halt and turn to look at him. That anger does not suit your face, he said with a smile. White Lotus' face immediately flushed with redness. When Zheng Weimin saw White Lotus' face, his anger skyrocketed to a new level, and he immediately started power walking towards Yuan's table. Wait, White Lotus tried to stop him, but Yuan gestured for her to stop. Yuan stood up from his seat and faced Zheng Weimin directly. I don't know who you are, but you have guts. I will give you that. Yuan smiled and said, I don't know what business you have with White Lotus, but can you do it another time? We're having an important conversation right now. I don't give a rat's ass about your conversation. Nobody talks to my woman without my permission. That's not very reasonable. Yuan shook his head in a pitiful manner. Reasoning? Ha! Who cares about reasoning? Do you know who I am? My surname is Zheng. My family is ranked 5 in the legacy ranking. Legacy? I wonder if they have anything to do with the 7 legacy families in the 9 heavens. Yuan wondered inwardly. Sorry, but I'm not really knowledgeable about the legacy ranking, so your words mean nothing to me. Don't worry, the only words you need to understand are, if you dare come near my woman again, I will make you regret being born. Zheng Weimin suddenly glanced at Mishu and Chu Liuxiang and grinned. Are they your women? They're not bad. How about I take them from you, so you know how it feels? Let's not involve my friends in your nonsense. And who are you to stop me? Zheng Weimin suddenly moved and reached for Mekshu with his claw-like hands. However, before he could even get close to Mekshu, Yuan extended his hands and grabbed Zheng Weimin by the neck faster than one can blink their eyes. Get your hands off, young Master Zheng. His guards that had been in the background started flooding the roof, even pointing their pistols at Yuan. However, Yuan acted like he couldn't even see them and proceeded to walk towards the edge of the building with Zheng Weimin still in his hold. The guards didn't dare to actually shoot their guns as they were afraid of hitting Zheng Weimin by accident. Once Yuan was at the edge of the building, everybody there expected him to stop. But to their absolute shock, Yuan continued walking off the edge of the building. Are you insane? Young Master? The guards and White Lotus freaked out when they saw this. However, contrary to their expectations, Yuan didn't fall off the building. and actually continued walking in the air, almost as though there was an invisible platform underneath him. "What the hell is going on?" White Lotus mumbled in a dazed voice, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Once he was a few meters away from the roof, Yuan stopped walking and spoke in a calm voice. "I don't care if you badmouth me, but don't you dare try to touch my precious friends with your dirty hands." Zheng Weiman wanted to scream, but Yuan had cut off his voice by choking him. He also wanted to break free from Yuan's grasp, but seeing that the floor was hundreds of meters at the bottom, he didn't dare to even move, as he would fall to his death from this height even with his first-level Spirit Warrior Cultivation base. "I have killed thousands of people inside Cultivation online, but I have never killed someone in this world. Do you wish to be the first?" Yuan asked him in a cold voice. "No," Zheng Weiman muttered in a mosquito-like voice. Too late. Yuan suddenly released his hold on Zheng Weiman, letting him fall down. I don't want to die," Zheng Weiman cried in a hysterical voice as his bladder gave up on him during the free fall. When Zheng Weiman was a moment away from turning into meat paste on the street, Yuan caught him and flew back to the roof of the hotel. Once they were on the roof again, Yuan tossed Zheng Weiman, who had lost consciousness and sullied his pants, in front of his guards. "Get that fool out of here. He's dirtying this place with his filth. Oh, and tell him to stop bothering White Lotus when he wakes up." Yuan said to the guards, who were in a daze trying to comprehend what they'd just witnessed. "Guards, get them out of here," White Lotus shouted after snapping out of her daze. Very quickly, the guards working for her escorted Zheng Weiman and his men out of the hotel. "I'm really sorry about what just happened. I will make this up to you, I swear." White Lotus apologized to them with her head lowered. Yuan casually waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. You can put all of the blame on that guy." Once White Lotus calmed down, she asked him, "By the way, what on earth was that just now?" "You were flying," Yuan interrupted. She nodded eagerly. "You'll be able to fly as well once you reach Spirit Grand Master," he said. Although he wasn't able to immediately start flying after reaching Spirit Grand Master and had to rely on his sword to fly, he practiced his chi manifestation almost every day and managed to finally fly just a week ago. "No way," White Lotus muttered in a baffled voice, still not daring to believe it. Chapter 958, Legacy Ranking. "Do you want to try it?" Yuan suddenly asked. "Try? Try what?" "Flying." White Lotus swallowed nervously after hearing his words, and the scene of Yuan soaring through the clouds while carrying her like a princess appeared in her mind. "Are you sure?" "I might be a little heavy," White Lotus said with a stiff smile. Although she really wanted to experience flying in the sky, she didn't have the courage to accept his offer, especially when she's wearing such a revealing dress. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Yuan smiled. After a moment of silence, White Lotus nodded in a bashful manner. "Then I'll accept your offer." Hearing her words, Yuan summoned the Empyrean Overlord and pointed at it. "Go ahead, stand on it." "Huh?" White Lotus looked at him with a dumbfounded face. "I'll carry you around with my flying sword. It'll feel much better than having me carry you in my arms." "Oh, all right," White Lotus nodded, feeling a little disappointed that Yuan will not be carrying her. Once she was standing on the Empyrean Overlord, White Lotus asked, "By the way, where did this sword come from?" Yuan chuckled. "I will explain it another day since it's a bit complicated." White Lotus nodded and didn't question any further. "Is this your first time riding a flying sword? Have you done it before in Cultivation Online?" "This is my first time," she said. "Then I will hold your hand until you're comfortable with letting go." Yuan offered his hand to White Lotus, who immediately accepted it without hesitation. "I will be back in a bit," Yuan said to Meishu and Chuliuxiang. "Have fun." Chuliuxiang waved at them. Yuan flew into the air with White Lotus shortly after. White Lotus immediately tightened her grasp on Yuan's hands after feeling the sword move. They started out slow, gradually increasing their flying speed until they maxed out at 20 miles per hour. "What do you think about flying?" Yuan asked White Lotus. "It's a little scary being this high up, but I really enjoy it. How long can you maintain being in the air?" she then asked. "I can fly for an hour straight if I were by myself. But since I'm also carrying you, I will only be able to fly for about half an hour. Want to see more chapters? Please visit pandainovelcom. I see. Are you ready to let go of my hand?" Yuan asked her a few moments later. "Yes." White Lotus nodded, and she slowly relaxed her hands. "How am I doing?" she asked him afterward. "You're doing great. Do you want me to speed up more?" "Sure." Yuan increased their speed by another 5 miles per hour after White Lotus's approval. "How fast does this thing go?" White Lotus asked out of curiosity. "Do you want to see for yourself?" Yuan smiled at her. White Lotus swallowed nervously, but she nodded her head regardless. "Brace yourself. I will go at maximum speed in 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! The flying sword suddenly quadrupled in speed, going at nearly 100 miles per hour. "Ah!" White Lotus shouted, as she was not expecting such an explosive boost. After remaining on the sword for a few seconds, White Lotus could no longer keep up with the speed, and actually fell off the flying sword, and she started plunging towards the ground. "Yuan!" she cried out loud. Yuan quickly went to catch her. "Are you okay?" He asked her. "Yes, but that was horrifying. I now understand how Zhang Beimin felt when you dropped him." White Lotus sighed in relief. Once she calmed down, she realized that Yuan was carrying her like a princess, and one of his hands was even touching her breasts. White Lotus blushed when she felt Yuan's fingers firmly pressing against the side of her breasts, but she kept her mouth closed and didn't say anything, silently enjoying the situation. "By the way," Yuan suddenly spoke, "the Zhang family might try to cause trouble for your family after what happened today. If that happens, you can let me know, and I will do my best to assist your family. I hate people who think they can do anything because of their status. People like Zhang Weimin." "Thank you, Yuan. I will remember your words, but my Bai family is not weak. If the Zhang family wishes to bully us, we will not stay silent and fight back." After pondering for a bit, Yuan said, "I was not lying when I said that I don't know much about the legacy ranking, while I prefer staying out of their business. I have a feeling that I will encounter more people like Zhang Weimin in the future, so I might as well gather information now." "You want to know more about the legacy ranking, right? I will tell you everything you need to know whenever you want." White Lotus said, "Thank you." After flying around for a few more minutes, Yuan returned to the hotel with White Lotus still in his arms. "Thank you for the wonderful experience, Yuan. I will never forget it for the rest of my life," White Lotus said to him with a beautiful smile on her face. "I had fun, too." Some time later they returned to the table. After ordering some drinks, White Lotus began explaining to them the legacy ranking and how it works. There are 100 slots in the legacy ranking from rank 1 to rank 100. In order to join the legacy ranking, you must have one thing: results. As you probably know, video games have been immensely popular even before Cultivation Online's existence, so much so that it has ingrained itself into the majority of people's lives, where over half of the world's population play games to make a living. With how important video games have become in our world, it was only natural for people to want to monetize it. One thing led to another, and the legacy ranking was born, where families from all over the world fight for the top rankings in whichever video game is chosen to be the focus for that decade. Chapter 959, I Want Him Dead. Besides wealth and fame, what do you get for being part of the legacy ranking? Yuan asked. Influence and social status. White Lotus calmly replied, I get the meaning behind the legacy ranking, but how does it actually work? Chu Luxiang suddenly asked, If we're going by rankings, doesn't it mean Yuan, who is the current #1 player in Cultivation Online, #1 in the legacy ranking? Yes and no. In order to enter the legacy ranking, you must participate in a tournament that is held every year. You need at least 10 people in your family to participate. While Yuan is, without doubt, the #1 player in Cultivation Online, it doesn't mean he will automatically take first place in the legacy ranking. Yuan, why don't you join this year's tournament and show the legacy families who's boss? Chu Luxiang chuckled at this idea. White Lotus immediately started sweating after hearing Chu Luxiang's words. Actually, since Yuan doesn't belong to any family, I think it would be for the best if he joined another family. Of course, I'm not just saying this so I can recruit you into our family, even though I would love to. The other legacy families won't like it if a newly created family suddenly becomes rank 1, and they will probably do everything in their power to prevent it from happening. So what you're saying is they will try to mess with Yuan if he tries to join with his own family, Makes-You said. Unfortunately, that is exactly what will happen. White Lotus sighed. However, if you really want to start your own family, you can try forming alliances with other legacy families.
What about factions? Can I join with my faction?
Yuan suddenly asked. Actually, yes, you can. It was implemented just recently, but factions are now able to participate in the legacy ranking. Are you really planning on joining the legacy ranking with your faction? White Lotus looked at Yuan with a nervous gaze. Honestly, I couldn't care less about the legacy ranking. Whether it be wealth or influence, it doesn't mean anything to me. I created the faction so that I can always be with the people that are close to me, that's all. I see. White Lotus was relieved to hear Yuan's words. If he won't be participating in the legacy ranking, it won't be as chaotic and stressful. However, nothing is set in stone, and it is still too early to tell if Yuan will affect this year's legacy ranking. Sometime later, White Lotus brought Yuan and the others to their rooms. You can use these 3 rooms for as long as you please. They are the best we have in the hotel. Thank you, they said after picking their own rooms. They moved their luggage inside. Do you plan on walking around the city anytime soon? White Lotus asked them shortly after. We plan on doing it now. Yuan nodded. Can you give me a few minutes to prepare my disguise? White Lotus then asked. Sure. Thank you very much. White Lotus went into the room right beside their room and proceeded to disguise herself. A few minutes later, she returned to their side with a completely different appearance. Her hair turned blonde, and even her eyes changed to a beautiful green color. As for her dress, she changed it into something more casual, and she even went out of her way to wear sunglasses like Yuan. How do I look? She asked them. I wouldn't recognize you if I didn't know your identity beforehand. Yuan smiled. That's great. They left the hotel shortly after and started walking around the city. Of course, even with White Lotus disguised, their group still attracted plenty of attention because of Makes-You and Chu Luxiang. Meanwhile, at the Zheng family's headquarters, Zheng Weiman was lying in his bed when he suddenly woke up screaming. Ah, help me! I'm falling! Young master, calm down! You're not falling. His servants quickly attended him. What? Zheng Weiman looked at his surroundings with a puzzled face, his back soaked in cold sweat. Where am I? What happened? You're in your own room right now, young master. You lost consciousness after what happened, so we carried you back here. The servants did not dare to mention that he'd sullied his pants, so they left that detail out. That bastard! How dare he embarrass me in front of White Lotus? I want him dead, Zheng Weiman roared. The servants started sweating, and they quickly reminded him of what happened. Young master, are you sure that's a good idea? That man could fly? Do you really think humans can fly? This is not Cultivation Online. He was obviously using some kind of trick to make it seem like he was flying. Zheng Weiman shouted, clearly in denial. I believe we should investigate his identity before we act. Then hurry up and investigate him. I want to know everything about him, his family, his friends, everything. Just you wait. I will show you what happens when you offend me. I am going to crush you and your insignificant life. I also want the Bai family to be held responsible for what happened today. Call my father and tell him that White Lotus from the Bai family has assaulted me today. The servants quickly went to work after hearing Zheng Weiman's words. Despite knowing that Zheng Weiman was being unreasonable, they could not defy his orders, and they were already used to it. Sometime later, after hearing about what had happened to his precious son and how he'd almost died today, the head of the Zheng family immediately contacted the Bai family, demanding an explanation. Of course, the Bai family had expected their contact and even prepared for it. While the Zheng family was oblivious of Yuan's identity, the Bai family knew very well that he was the one behind the incident today, so they took advantage of their knowledge to mess with the Zheng family Chapter 960, meeting between two legacy families inside a private room. The patriarch of the Bei family stood before a projector that was projecting a video call. On the other side of the call was the patriarch of the Zhang family. The two of them had decided to video call each other to talk about the recent incident between White Lotus and Zhang Weimin. "You claimed that your son, Zhang Weimin, had gone to visit my daughter, Bai Lianhua, and returned beaten and humiliated without any good reason. But I heard a different story from my daughter. She claims that your son, Zhang Weimin, had rudely forced himself into a private meeting between my daughter and her clients. Not only that, he even insulted my daughter and her clients. That's a load of bullshit, Bai Mengyao. My son went to visit your daughter because he had something important to tell her. But he was assaulted and humiliated before he could even speak with her. He was even beaten unconscious. Zheng Ye, there's no need to sugar your words. We both know that your son is obsessed with my daughter. We have told your Zheng family many times that Bai Lianhua does not wish to be with Zhang Weimin, yet he keeps on causing trouble for her, which causes trouble for my family." Bai Mengyao shook his head. "Don't try to change the subject, Bai Mengyao. We're talking about how your daughter attacked my son, no matter their relationship. That won't change the fact that my son had been beaten by her." Zheng Ye slammed his desk in anger. "Now that's where you're wrong." Bai Mengyao shook his head again. "How am I wrong? My daughter did not lay a hand on your son. It was her client who had an altercation with Zhang Weimin. So you're speaking with the wrong person right now. If you really want to seek justice for your son, you should probably go speak with the young man who felt the need to beat your son, though I'm sure he has a good reason, especially considering Zhang Weimin's bad reputation." Zhang Weimin gritted his teeth in frustration. He knew that White Lotus hadn't touched his son. However, he could not let go the chance to blame the Bai family that has been refusing to give their Zheng family face for years now by rejecting Zheng Weimin's proposal to White Lotus. "I don't care if your daughter touched him or not. As the host, she should have kept her client in check. Like how we're responsible for our dog's actions, White Lotus is responsible for her client's actions." Bai Mengyao suddenly laughed out loud. "What's so funny?" Zheng Ye frowned. "My daughter should keep that person in check? You have no idea who her client even is. Let me warn you, Zheng Ye, that young man your son had offended is not someone the Zheng family can afford to offend, much less my Bai family." "What? Someone even my family cannot offend?" The frown on Zheng Ye's face sank even further down. "There is nobody that my Zheng family cannot handle. We may be ranked 5th in the legacy ranking, but our influence surpasses even the 3rd rank. Suit yourself, and don't even bother trying to ask me for information on that person. I don't feel like offending him, so if you'll excuse me, I have other business that I need to attend. Don't you dare run away from." Bai Mengyao ignored him and closed the video call. What a pain in the ass. However, this is a good opportunity to see just how powerful this player Yuan is. He may be powerful in Cultivation Online, but the real world is a whole different game. Will he be able to deal with the Zheng family, like how he dealt with the Cultivators Association? Bai Mengyao kind of hoped that Yuan would get pushed into a corner by the Zheng family so that his Bai family could come to his rescue and make him owe their family. Sometime later, the Bai family contacted White Lotus to notify her of the situation. "I understand. I will warn him." After closing the line, White Lotus said to Yuan, "It appears that the Zheng family had tried to pressure my family." "Is your family okay?" he asked. "For now, yes. But there's a good chance that the Zheng family will continue to harass my family until we compromise. My family also told me to warn you that the Zheng family will be coming after you as well. Why am I not surprised?" Yuan shook his head. "Knowing the Zheng family, they will go after your friends and family if they learn of your true identity as Yu Tian. However, only very few higher-ups in my family, myself and Jasmine, know that," White Lotus said. "Honestly, I don't care even if they find out about my identity. I will even be grateful to them if they cause trouble to the Yu family." Yuan chuckled. "What about Yu Ru?" White Lotus looked at him with raised eyebrows. "Your faction will protect her, right?" "Of course, I swear, on my name and reputation as the leader of the faction, that no harm will come to your sister Yu Ru," she immediately responded. Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you, but if they really target Yuru, your faction won't have the chance to protect her, as I will destroy the entire Zheng family before they can even act." White Lotus swallowed nervously after seeing how Yuan spoke about crushing the Zheng family so causally. It was almost like the Zheng family couldn't even be considered ants in his eyes. "Just how powerful are you, Yuan?" White Lotus sighed inwardly. Their group continued to wander the city without a care in the world, almost like their trouble with the Zheng family was non-existent. At the end of the day, they returned back to the hotel. "I couldn't find a birthday present for Yuru today, even though we looked at many stores." Mixu sighed. "Don't worry, you still have tomorrow." Chu Liuxiang said to her, "I guess." Shortly after returning to the hotel, White Lotus invited them for dinner, which they accepted.